What's up, Jose? How you doing? Give me a second to kind of clean it up a little bit here. We got a mess from just being a bum out here. I got some cleaning to do. Maid's fired. But, yeah. So, I'm home. We're streaming, and I'm early by like an hour because I'm free now. So, we'll stream now. JPP, Tor, what's going on? Ken Rock, good to see you guys. Glad you're all here. You're about to clean your office. Yeah, I could have took the next hour and like clean the office first, you know, and made it look a little more presentable, but why? I'm ADHD. Everything's a cluttered mess in here. Like, I don't know how well you guys will see it, but let's take a look. Yeah, everything's a cluttered mess. So, yeah. Lee Marie 3D, what's up? Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Let's start this out right. Ready? How are you today? I hope you're doing well. I hope you're having a great day. My days are getting better. October 15th. October 15th, guys, just so you know, is the day that I will have good or bad news. The problem is it'll be in the evening when I'll find out the good or bad news, and I will find out in an email. So maybe I'll get lucky and the superintendent will text me and say, you're good, but I doubt it. So there's a good chance I'm just going to read it in the board briefs after the board meeting. Once I get that information, I will be sure to tell you all more about it. But I want to clean up a little bit. By the way, JPP, I was able to find a Raspberry Pi 3B Plus. So, Wi-Fi. Boom. Right there, ready to rock and roll, buddy. So, we're good on that. Raspberry Pi 3B Plus, 2017. We have a... Oh, crap. Guys, please don't leave. I got to run in the house. Our good friend, Mr. Woodwaker 1, David Wilson, sent me a box of stuff. It came today. It's parts and things to help with rebuilding printers. So let me go grab that. Viking, good to see you, brother. Hope you're doing well. Let me go grab that. I'm just going to let you guys sit here. If the puppies come in, you'll get some entertainment. If they don't, oh well. I'll be right back. Forgot my box. Okay, here I am. I have a box of dirt. I have a box of dirt. Okay, stop. Get down. No, get down. Okay, come here. Uppies. I get it. Uppies. Yes, uppies. Uppies. Puppies want uppies. This one's Rory. This one's Rory. She's daddy's girl. Huh, are you my girl? Yes. You want down now? Yeah, you want to go play again because you hear your sister out there running. Mitch! It's the almighty Mitch. All right, guys, we have a small problem. There's address information on here. So I'm gonna cut the box open, and then I'll hold things up to show you what Mr. Wilson has sent. And then, oh, there we go. So I will hold it up so that I don't accidentally dox myself or Mr. Wilson. Mr. Wilson, you guys all know him. David Wilson in chat on pretty much everyone's streams. He is a good dude, and he sent one thing for me, and then he said the rest of the stuff is to be used as needed. So miscellaneous parts for printers. Who knows what's in here? Yeah, heat gun. A lighter or a heat gun. I don't actually have either one of those out here. I need to get a torch out here. Or a heat gun or something. Let's see. There we go. Well, some of these boxes have addresses on them, so I got to be careful, guys. Mr. Wilson! Mr. Wilson! Look at that. Good packing foam. The heavy-duty stuff. Oh! Oh! Check it out. He sent toys. He sent toys. He loves to 3D print a bunch of miscellaneous knickknacks and toys and stuff. So he sent me a bag with a bunch of like Halloween trick-or-treat stuff that he's doing. So that's pretty sweet. Thank you, Mr. Wilson. I'm going to set this underneath so it's kind of out of the way and it doesn't get damaged. So it's right there. Let's see. Item number 1. It says that it is a SKR Mini E3V2. If that's what's in here, maybe we'll do an SKR Mini E3V2. Nope, it is not. It is... Oh, wait, maybe it is. Okay, so it's the FiSec version of the Big Tree Tech screen. So there's a FiSec version of the Big Tree Tech screen. The Mini 12864 panel, RGB. So that's cool. Another screen. Screens are always good. And there is a board in here. What is it? It is an SKR Mini E3V2. BA. JPP. Bag of chips. What's going on? Got some dip to go with them chips? So here you go. Look at that, JPP. SKR Mini E3V2. So it's a V2. We can throw that in there. It is missing one of the heat sinks. We'll find a heat sink for it, but we can throw this in there instead. Then we don't have to change anything. We just bolt this in and install Clipper and rock. So there's this. So I'm thinking this will be the thing we'll put in there instead. I'll save the 1.4 turbo for something maybe a little beefier that could use it. And this can go to that because it's 32-bit and will run Clipper just fine. So bam, there you go. Okay, so this and this screen does work with Clipper, but does it work with this board? No, because this board's got the duals and that board's only got the single. So this won't work with that, but it'll work with the stock screen, so we can keep that. So there you go. One change to the current build already. Thank you, Mr. Wilson. What else do we got here? We got another SKR Mini E3V2, it says. Let's see if that's what's in here. I heard rattly bits. We have some USB isolators. That's what it looks like. These are the isolators to take the power out. So you basically plug the cable in there and plug this end in here and then plug it into your printer and it'll isolate the 5 volts out going into the board. Yep. So he's got a bunch of those in here that he looks like he made these up. So that's pretty sweet. Yeah, he made them up and hot glued them so that the wires wouldn't come apart. 3D printed a little enclosure for them. So yeah, a bunch of little USB isolators. Nice to have. Thank you, Mr. Wilson. So we have a box of isolators. And paper and card with a piece of paper with our addresses on it. So I don't want to show that on stream. More paper. I'll put that over there. This it may show his address. I don't want to do that to him. I really don't. But I will do this. This is for me. This is for me. 3D Chameleon. So we'll find something to put that on. That'll be one of those like when we got downtime. Hope you have a speedy recovery, Viking. What'd you do, bud? Hold on. Wait. Contest run this week. Hold on. Oh, God, it's not heavy. Oh, danggummit. Phone just vibrated. It's my wife. Give me a second, guys. Yes, dear. Hello. Hi, love. What's up?
So Jay messaged me earlier. She would like to know if she can give me the $20 when she gets back from my brothers. If you can cash app her $20 because my cash app is not hooked to our bank account.
Okay, well, I am currently streaming and talking to the internet, so while I'm doing that, let me work on that.
Yeah, it should take you 2 seconds.
Not really, because I have to transfer it first and then transfer it again. So it doesn't take 2 seconds. So I will work on that as soon as we get off the phone. So the longer you nag me, the longer it will take me to get it done.
First of all, don't say I nag you.
Okay.
Internet.
Let me repeat. I don't have you on speakerphone, so they can't hear you being mean to me. Okay, fine. You're talking to me in a patronizing voice. I love you. I'm playing. I love you. Quit being salty. Okay. Oh, Mitch says he can hear you.
Oh, see, Mitch is my friend, and everybody else doesn't like me. I got it.
Well, I held you up to the microphone, so they all heard you just say that they all don't like you. Oh, Shane popped in. He says hi. I said you were nagging. I didn't call you a nag. It is not. I wasn't being mean. Okay. Love you. They all said hi. They're all saying hi. Highs are rolling in as we speak, so. But, okay, I love you, honey. Okay, bye, beautiful. Okay. So here is a bag of Omnia drops. The drop effect Omnia drop extruders. Here's a bunch of parts to build a couple of them. So maybe in some downtime in between printer builds, we'll assemble some of these bad boys and put them on different printers just to see how they do. This says Ziltech filament, but I don't know that it's Ziltech filament. It's not. Guess what it is? There's a thermistor. There's some more heater blocks and heater cartridges, and here's a fully built Omnia drop body. Just needs its motor assembled, or a motor put on it. Here's another fully assembled with gears in it and everything. Here's a completely assembled pumpkin, like the one that I've got over on the ANET A8 Plus that we'll be rebuilding at some point. So another Omnia drop. I do love the Omnia drops. They were great when I had them on machines. That I think the one that's on that one I might have killed. So I may. Oh, and this has his quick release remix model he did to drop it on and lock it in place so that you can just pop it off and swap a different one in if you wanted to. So it's already got his remixed housing with the little. See, little beveled edge there. You can just slide it in, lock it down, and go. So does this one. But not this one. This one does not have... Oh, yeah, it does. It does. I'm just looking at it wrong. It's right there. So they all have the quick release that he remixed or he designed for swapping these out. So if I really wanted to go nuts, I could make a drop effect. If I had a big enough printer, I could do a drop effect tool changer. That could be crazy. Oh, I got to do something real quick, guys. Talk amongst yourselves, children. I'll be right with you. I have to send my daughter money. She's at her uncle's, and he's not home, and she needs monies. So let me cash app some money to myself from my bank account. Continue. There we go. I added. Done. There we go. Now, let me make sure I have my daughter in here. Let's go ahead and go back to here. Type her name in. Which one is it? She's got 2 of them. I got to message my daughter and find out which one of the 2 accounts is the one that I need to send it to. There we go. Sorry about that. Anyway. So what we got? Revoint scanning spray smells like a damp basement. Nice. Remember when cash was the thing? Yeah, I do remember when cash was a thing. That would make Llama happy. It would. If I made a Omnia drop, like a drop effect Omnia drop tool changer, Llama would be in heaven. Yeah. But I do like the Omnia drops. They are a nice extruder. Max did a hell of a job with the design on those. I'm glad that Max joined up with the Fadis team and they've been working on stuff together, because the drop effect next G hot end that's running on this guy right here is amazing. And I know Canrog loves his, so that's a good thing. Mitch. Yep. Yes, see? We all love it. Let's see what else we got in here now while I'm waiting for my daughter to respond, because she still hasn't. Douglas Little. You're new to printing. Just got an Ender 3 SE hooked up to your PC. Printing now. Nice. Congrats. Welcome to the community that will love you and drive you up a wall at the same time. Ooh. I see Spider V1. And it's loaded with steppers too. David Wilson. You're a boss, man. Look at that. Look at that. It's the Voron Design and FISEC board. It's the Spider with all the steppers. If anybody has a Trident kit that's missing a board, send it my way. I'll be more than happy to put it together, keep it, love it, and cherish it forever. I really would like to get a Trident. I'll take a 2.4 again, but I prefer it to be at least a 300. 350 would be better. Won't be too picky, just would prefer a 300 at least. I'm a little bit of a size queen. I do want that. Love your Trident. Tor. At some point, I'm hoping that at one point, Jason from LDO is just going to be like, I'm tired of looking at this Trident kit sitting in my garage. I'll just send it to Dan. That's my hope. The Ender 3 V3 shouldn't need a computer to run. No, it's the Ender 3, what do you say? Ender 3 SE. So it's and it doesn't need a computer to run. No, you are correct. They don't need computers to run. You can slice it. You can slice it to the SD card and then plug the SD card in. Or if can't find your dongle. Okay. Hey, we've all had problems like that, right? You don't remember where you put your dongle. Sent me a couple of scrapers. Get the parts off the build surfaces. Put those up there. Oh. Yes. I wonder if this is just what I think it is, or if it's more than I think it is. But that being said, glue sticks. Glue sticks. Everybody needs glue. Now this, I think this is just the case. Raspberry Pi 4 aluminum heatsink or aluminum case. It's pretty heavy. Octoprint, or even better, Clipper. Yes, Clipper. As a guy who fought tooth and nail not to go to Clipper, I switched to Clipper, and I love Clipper. So I just want to see if there's just a case or if it's a case and a pie. It's just a case, and this thing is a girthy beast. Ooh. Nice. Big heavy case for a Raspberry Pi 4. Don't currently have a Raspberry Pi 4, but little things show up all the time. Tripod. Greetings, good sir. Hope you're doing well. Ron, good to see you, brother. We're going through the randomness that David Wilson shipped out to me first, and then we'll kind of get into it, which is a good thing we did, because in the box was a part that we're going to use on that printer. So it worked out great that I happened to find that in there. This is some bubble wrapped goodness. It looks like it's a Creality extruder. So, Creality parts for Creality printers, which is mostly what I'll be probably rebuilding for the 3D printing rehab project. It is, yes, a Creality extruder with the lovely plasticky pieces. So if I need it, I got it. If I'm in a pinch and I got to get it going, we got one. So there's that. We'll set that up here off to the side. And then we got here, hot end temp shot. Okay. And then it says in here, heat bed, hot end temp bad. So it looks like the thermistor port for the hot end on this is bad. But this is another E3 V2. Yeah, E3 V2. But he's got noted on here that the hot end temp is bad. So we'll probably find a use for this. I don't know if he intended to include a 128 meg SD card, but there's a 128 meg SD card in here. You've been watching some Clipper install videos. It's a bit daunting. Not really. Bag of chips. Once you get into it, it's like, we're going to be doing a Clipper install during the build of this. I don't know if we'll get to it tonight. I don't know how long I'm going to stream. Could be, you know, my wanting to stick to 2 hours. It could be 3 or 4. Hard to tell. Good second board for a triple or quad Z setup. Yeah. Canrog, exactly. If I'm not using it for the thermistors, it'll be great for motor controls. Yeah. Yeah. Realistically, bag of chips, once you've got one under your belt, it's so easy. I mean, you can either grab, like, if you use Mainsail, there's Mainsail OS, and most of the SBCs that are out there, they've got a version that'll work on that. But even if you don't, you install Raspberry Pi OS on a Raspberry Pi, you go to the, it's called the Clipper Install and Upgrade Helper, GitHub, follow the 3 steps, and it installs the Clipper Install and Upgrade Helper. Then it's a matter of go through the menus, install the parts you need by just selecting a number and hitting enter, and then it does it for you. And then, bam, you're done. You wouldn't use Mainsail OS, just use the chow or whatever. It's Kaiwa. But yeah, Clipper Install and Upgrade Helper. It's a great tool, and it legitimately makes installing Clipper like select a number, hit enter, select a number, hit enter. That's legitimately it. And when you're done, you're done. Like, after that, it's just finding the proper config file, making the appropriate changes in that config file for the machine you're using, and then throw prints at it. And the nice part is, if you're using Orca Slicer or any of the other network-based slicers, you can slice the file and send it to the printer from within the slicer. So, makes life real easy. And the best part is, there you go. Viking just shared the link. The other, like, I don't even remember what I was saying now. Oh, the real nice thing is like, for those who are watching the streams before this, when I was working on the Ender 3 Pro, that was my first printer, every time we would make a change, we would have to make the change, recompile the firmware, copy the firmware file to the SD card, plug the SD card into the printer, reboot the printer first, of course. So shut it down, put the SD card in, boot it up. It would then write the firmware to the EEPROM, and then you would have to go in and initialize the EEPROM, and then you'd have to go in and make sure that the settings were there. And then if something was wrong, you had to go back and recompile the firmware, copy it back to, so it's so many steps, where within Clipper, you load up the web interface, go to the machine tab, click on the config file or whatever configuration file you're using or you need to make the changes in, edit those settings, hit save and restart. It saves, reboots, comes right back up within a few seconds, and you're done. So it's legit that easy. There is a learning curve, but once you get it, you got it. Trust me. You can ask Viking, you can ask Aaron, if any, you can ask Shane that's in here. You can ask those 3. They watched me fight tooth and nail, not wanting to like learn Clipper. Then I got my Voron 2.4, and because at the time Vorons really only ran Clipper and nobody wanted to play around with Marlin and make Marlin work on it, I started to grasp it, and then for the longest time everybody called me the dollar store Clipper guy. Shortly after, I got demoted to the dime store Clipper guy. Looks like you'll be losing your first place in the Thangs Art League. Guys, Viking, post a link to it. Everybody, go. If you haven't, please go to Thangs, download Viking's model. It helps out if you give it a heart. And then if you throw it at your printer, it's a small print, doesn't take very long. I got him right here. Go print this little guy and then post a picture. Help him out. Let's see if we can keep him up in #1 slot, please. So please, everybody, when Viking posts the link, please go give him get that for him. I know a lot of you don't like the gamification that they've done with all these, like, STL sites, but please help Viking out. He's a good dude. We all know him. We all love him. Just give him a hand. That's all I ask. Support him like he supports all of us. But there we go. Yeah, so again, JPP, if you're floating around, the plan then, we'll go ahead and install this guy. And I need to pull the other one out here real quick to see if it has a heatsink on it. It does. Let's see if we can get this off of here without killing the adhesive. There we go. We got it. All right. We're going to steal a heatsink off of here and put it on here. There we go. If I had some of the B-stock TH3D easy boards, I could be throwing easy boards in these things. Only I knew somebody that worked at TH3D that maybe had some B-stock boards or something that just maybe some imperfections that they didn't want on them, but they were still functional boards that would run Marlin and Clipper. If only there was someone that wanted to partake in the 3D printer rehab project and sponsor and support me some more. I would greatly appreciate that. That being said, though, don't forget Polymaker likes to give away filament. They gave me a bunch here that some of this will be going with this printer down to Mississippi so that JPP can finish the modifications he wants to make after I'm done. And that he is going to be giving this to a teacher down in his area so that she can have it in her classroom to help get kids interested in 3D printing. She's not a STEM teacher, and I guess let's do this for the new folks here. Hi, my name is Dan. This is my website, or this is my channel, MakerMind Nexus. Originally, it was going to be kind of like a place for makers to come and chat and hang out, but it turned into, I started, over the years, I've given away a bunch of printers just because I spend my time with them, and then I pass them on. Most of the time I give them to people who are interested in 3D printing, but sadly I give them the 3D printers and then they sit. And I didn't like that idea. I wanted to start giving the printers to people who don't have a lot of money, can't afford to get into 3D printing, and I figured this would be a good way to do that. So I've taken some of my old printers, rehabbed them, rebuilt them, got them printing good, and then started giving them to, recently it's been teachers at the school that I work at, and they use them for all kinds of things, like instead of STEM related, because we do have STEM classes at the school I work at, they're using them as incentives in class. So the students work hard, they earn classroom currency, they cash in that classroom currency for 3D printed stuff they see their teachers making and they really want. So it incentivizes them to work harder to get those things they want. That's been a really good program. Another one of the teachers is a history teacher. He can't take the kids to Egypt and, all those places. So he can print those monuments because the models are out there. He can print those things and then show them to the kids. The one that I really like is the Great Pyramid of Giza. It's actually got a pull away where he pulls it away. Like you can pull it apart and then you can see the tunnels and catacombs inside. And it lets the kids kind of see what it's, what it's like. It's another cool way to do it, Off-axis printed a couple of 300% and a 500%. Yeah, he did. He printed he was printing your models live. Yeah, I know, Tor, about the B-stock easy boards. I know, bud. I'm not expecting Tim. I know Tim, I know there's not much overhead for Tim on those boards, so I'm not expecting him to send me some. I was just giving shit. I figured I'll get enough of these, and a lot of people are going to get it's yours. Learn it, use it, love it. You wanted to get into 3D printing, but you couldn't afford it. Like all people who want things they can't afford when they get them, you learn how to fix it. You learn how to work on it so that you are more familiar with it and save yourself time and money. Maybe not time, but at least money. But, no, so that's what the teachers are using them for right now. But after I get done with this one for JPP that we're collabing on my channel, and then he'll be doing some stuff on his channel, and I'll maybe pop in a little window in the corner somewhere and chat with you guys while he's doing what he's doing. But then there's the ANET A8 Plus down there. back behind. That's going to be the next one, and we're going to give that one all kinds of TLC and love and make it a better machine. And then we're going to give that one away to, I'm honestly, that one, I'm probably going to put it out on my Facebook and just ask people in my general area, hey, do you know somebody who maybe doesn't have money, but would, you know, is maybe a little down on their luck. I won't say doesn't have money, but like down on their luck and has wanted to get into 3D printing but couldn't afford it. If so, please drop me some names. And then we'll pull somebody from the hat and get in touch with them, and I'll get them the printer and a couple rolls of filament to get them started. And kind of go from there. You want me to do the Ultra Magnus on it? We can go crazy and do an Ultra Magnus on it. Ron. Yeah, we can do the Ultra Magnus mod on it. That is your mod after all. So, and I did talk about wanting to do that. So maybe I'll get some, well, it's an open air printer. I could print those parts in PLA and it should be fine. So yeah, maybe we'll do a Ultra Magnus upgrade on it, and then we'll boot it out the door to someone. You know, I'll print with it for a little bit. But yeah, so if you guys want to, if you, like I tell everybody, if you have a 3D printer that's been sitting in the corner for the last 2 years that you said, oh, I'll get to that, and you know you're never gonna, and you want to see it go to somebody nice, or go to someone who maybe will get some enjoyment out of it, consider reaching out to me. I'll tell you how to get stuff to me. If you actually have somebody in mind that you would like to give the printer to, you cover the shipping. I'll do the work on stream, and when I'm done, send me the money. I'll take and send it off, or get me a shipping label. I'll slap it on there and we'll send it off. And yeah, I mean, however you want to work that part out after the fact, that's up to you. You figure that out, but get me the printer. I'll do the work on it. But right now we got to clear some space here. So I'm putting the stuff from Mr. Wilson back. This 3D Chameleon, I had one once before that Sergio sent me. For those who don't remember, Sergio HVAC A to Z. He sent me one. I gave that to my buddy Bruce because he was seeming very, very interested in it, and I didn't think I had the time for it. So I gave it to Bruce. 3D McP, for those who know him as 3D McP. But I gave it to him. He's got it sitting currently because he's lost interest in it. But when Mr. Wilson said that he had one that he'd be more than happy to send to me because he's also lost interest in it, I said sure, because I really do want to try. I do want to try it. So you want me to build a Ymir backpack printer, or are you talking about Mitch? Because I'll build one for you. Or I mean, I'll build one. Once you get the CAD files and everything all finalized and you got the STLs ready, let me know, bud. I'll try and build Ymir on the backpack style. I mean, granted, I won't fit through, you know, like any doors. But, I mean, I give it a try. I might have to cheat and put wheels on it and just make it more of like a, you know, this is a bit of a big printer, sir. But I'm just kind of moving some stuff out of the way here so we can kind of, you know, get going. It won't be light either. Yeah, you're right, because that thing probably weighs, based on everything, it's probably, what, 150-pound printer? You know, because of us, you know, lazy Americans with our terrible, terrible freedom units. Let's move some stuff out of the way. We're going to do the SKR Mini E3V2. Am I allowed to share what I am printing, like a screenshot? Can't really share screenshots in here, but if you have a link to a website, you can't link it. I'm sorry. Mods only, I think. You can try it. You can paste it in there. If it doesn't go, it doesn't go. And bear in mind, the channel is marked as not for children. I try to keep it still PG-13 anyway, but it never fails. We always go off the rails. So I have the channel marked as not for children. So children are not supposed to be here. So if you are here, get the hell out. But at the same time, if your parents are listening in and they're enjoying the conversation, it's up to your parents. I'm not your parent. I am very nasally. I'm very sinusy because they're tearing down the fields and I get bad allergies. So if I sound a little stuffy, sorry. All right. So, JPP, I had another thought too. Since I kind of stole your end stop switch off of this thing, and I forgot to take it off the printer before I gave it away, and we didn't do sensorless homing. And since we're doing clipper on this, I'm going to set it up for sensorless homing, good sir, so it won't need the end stop switches. So we'll do sensorless on X and Y, and we'll put a probe on Z. Okay, sound good? Yeah, speaking of, here, let me do this real quick. Let's see if this actually still works. Oh, I guess it would help if I actually clicked on chat first. There we go. There is the link to the Maker's Hideout Discord channel. So if you feel you need a new Discord channel to go kind of mix and mingle in, there's the link. You can jump in there. You'll find me on there as either Maker Mind Nexus or Daily Life of Dan or Big Papa, as the guys so affectionately named me. So I'm Big Papa on the Maker's Hideout. Because apparently, you know, love it when you call me Big Papa. Don't forget to remind me to go clip that later and make it a short. Did you guys see the short that I posted the other day about when I had the conversation with my wife out here? Did you guys go check that one out? If you haven't, after the stream, go check out my shorts. Which, hold on. Hey guys, after the stream, go check out my shorts. There, that might be another one. Nothing like asking people to check out your shorts, huh? Need to catch up on your printer design project? Yeah. Haven't posted anything about him. Yeah, he's been doing a lot more design work lately. Did little models, little figurines and such. He's doing a lot of this lately. He hasn't been doing much in the printer front. No way, Jose. Wait, you want me to like help you out here? Ready? Here we go, Jose. Ready? No way, Jose. There you go. You want nothing to do with my shorts? Video. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean videos, not clothing. Yes. Yes. Give me a second to power this thing down. I wanted to make sure that it was moving and stuff. And that'll save this. I'll save this, maybe down the road we'll have a use for it. And then I will print a case of some sort. I'll print a case of some sort for the Raspberry Pi to go in. My son uses my tools and he doesn't put them back in the right spot. Dad's little iFixit kit. Every 3D printer's best friend. Get an iFixit kit. If you guys want, I'll start getting links to different stuff and for Amazon. If you guys want to do affiliate links. Or another thing too, real quick. Gotta throw it out there. Gotta do my YouTubery duties. So let me get up here. Let me do this. Let me go to the big camera. Hold on. Okay, here we go. Ready? So, if you guys like what you see, you want to support the channel, don't forget, subs are free, so feel free to give me a sub. Ring the bell while you're at it. You'll know when I go live. If you guys want to join, get yourself a membership, why not? Helps me out. Also, there's links down below to my Linktree, where you can find my Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. If you want to send monetary, thank you, greatly appreciated. Puts gas in the tank. You know, helps me out. Also, you got my Sliceworks affiliate link down there. So if you're going to buy anything from Sliceworks, consider using that and use my discount code MMN to save 5% off your order. That being said, now I'm done being an infomercial and let's get back to having fun. Actually, let's do this. Let's go to the bench camera now. And then you get 3 cameras for the price of 1. You get the gut cam, the face cam, and the project cam. Let's move the chair because the chair just gets in the way. The puppies haven't made an appearance. Bear with me while I check on the puppies. There's one puppy. Okay. There we go. The 2 girls, when we throw them out in the backyard, all they do is run and run and run. Huh. And they're out the door they go. So I can tell you that the previous owner of this printer, I won't name names, JPP, was a hairspray user. But we're going to tip this up this way to do the work that we're going to do. Set this like this. By the way, JPP, you sent this with no spool holder, bud. Doesn't have a spool holder, so I'm going to have to figure out a spool holder. There we go. Back this up just a skosh. There we go. You guys can kind of see the chat behind you too. But there we go. We're going to break into this bad boy. I should have left it laying down first because I got to take the screws out of the top because this is an original Ender 3. So the board is mounted the other way. So we got to flip it over. Oops. Holy webs. Yeah, there's some of those. If only you could print one. Have I tried the LTT screwdriver? No, I have not, because I don't have $70 for a ratcheting screwdriver. I am not Linus's target demographic when it comes to that screwdriver. I'm sorry. I am not a Linus Tech Tips purchaser of products because his quality and his price point don't meet my budget. However, this being said, let's go back to this camera for a minute. Wait, no, sorry, this one. Linus. I'm a poor guy who has an IT job. I have a small YouTube channel. I have a few friends that watch me and support me. Why, I don't know. I'm thankful for them. If you would like to sponsor my little channel where I rebuild old, broken down 3D printers and then give them away to poor people who cannot afford to get into 3D printing, I would be more than happy to put a sponsored by LTT tag in the bottom of my stream and talk about your great products. And if you want to send me a box of them to try, test out, and play with, I would love that. However, I don't think you're going to watch this stream or catch the replay because you're a busy dude with a big company to run. So it's worth a shot. Okay. Back to the bench cam. There we go. If you ever meet him, you'll tell him about me. Well, thank you, Off Axis. Greatly appreciated, brother. Greatly appreciate that. Let's get this kind of cleaned out a little bit here. Sitting on my floor in my office. Bear in mind, guys, my office is in my garage. My garage has a gravel driveway and really badly broken down concrete floor. So all kinds of creatures get in here. JPP, if you're still floating around, you are good with going sensorless homing for XY, and then Z will put a probe on there, right? You are good with that, correct? Clipper, sensorless homing, good things, yes, yes. Jube, what are you doing, bud? Come on. You want to be my stream dog? Let's see. The chair's right here. Can you get up here? There you go. Sit down. Sit. Good boy, old man. This is the old man, Chewbacca. He's a blue heeler. So when you're at home, he's a dick. And when you're out in public, he's a good dog. Yeah, if we're out walking in public, he's not at home guarding his territory. He's the best dog ever. Anybody can pet him. He'll love on anybody. If your dog comes up to him and is friendly, he'll sniff him. If your dog comes up to him and is aggressive, he'll be aggressive back. You know. One of the LTT guys just ordered from TH3D before, Tim and I both fangirled. Nice. Yeah. I mean, I'm not going to lie. One of the biggest reasons why I didn't go into selling 3D printed parts under the MakerMind Nexus name and starting like an online printer parts store is because I'm good friends with TH3D. I'm good friends with KB3D. I'm good friends with West 3D. I'm good friends with Fabrico. And Printed Silent sells parts. I still consider Dave a friend. I would love to talk to Dave. I have not talked to Dave in forever. I know he's a really busy guy, but Printed Silent sells parts. Some of the bigger companies, I don't know anybody there, so I can't say anything. But those other companies or smaller companies, I'm good friends with all those guys. I sure as hell don't want to compete with them. Would I love to be able to buy stuff at reseller price? Oh, hell yeah. Start a business, get companies to send me stuff at below market price so that I can sell it at market and make a little profit and then still have those things available for me to do what I want with, I would love that. But I don't want to compete with my friends. I love you guys. I can't always afford to support you, but I do love you and I do consider you friends. But MakerMind Nexus was it was a thought in my head to do that and be some kind of like a maker store. Not just 3D printing, but like 3D printing and whatever. Anything maker like. But then I realized that would be a really broad thing and I don't have a storefront. So I have nowhere to store all that stuff. I don't have a warehouse. My garage sure as hell ain't big enough for that. Yes, some of the reseller pricing on stuff is insane. Okay, bottom screw is out. I'm going to set this right there so I don't forget where it's at. So later when I tell you guys I forgot where I put it, say you put it in that place you said you wouldn't forget, Dan. Let's pull the SD card out real quick. SD card is out. There we go. Let's get the front two screws out here. Because for those who have an Ender 3 Pro, you know this is upside down. For those of you who had the original Ender 3, this guy, then you know that everything else is upside down. There we go. So I may have missed JPP saying something about the I'm a firm believer in collab and collab is better, or yeah, collabing is better than competing. Yeah, I'm with you. But JPP, again, just to verify, because I may have missed it, you are good with going with sensorless homing, right? Because if so, another way I can clean up the printer is we can pull back the end stop cables off of the ribbons. Just pull them back and just take them out completely. I can bundle them up and send them with you if you want them, or I can just throw them in a bin here and keep them for something down the road if I need it. Let me know what you think. Let's move this forward now. Spin this guy around. Got to get the one back here. I'm checking chat this time. Sensorless homing is a go. Clipper is a go. Yes and yes. Got it. Okay. Now we can pull this back again. Spin this back around. You sent him a message on Discord. Wait. Who did you send a message on Discord? Linus? You messaged Linus on Discord? Thank you. If it wasn't Linus, whoever it was, thank you for messaging him. Whoever it was. Like I said, I'm pretty sure Mr. Tech Tips is quite busy. Oh, it's going to be so good to get the 8-bit board out of this thing. Anybody else feel the same way as I do about 8-bit boards anymore? Like 8-bit boards are garbage. There's no need for them anymore with the cost of a 32-bit board being so low. I can't be the only one who no longer finds or feels there's a need for an 8-bit board. Get the glue off of here. I don't know if you guys can see all that well, but there's a little glue here where the fan cable is. I'm going to pull that out. Pair of needle nose pliers, just give it a tug. I can't get the camera in too much closer, but there you go. Gives you guys somewhat of an idea. They got everything glued in with hot snot, but thankfully the hot snot's like, 10 years old now. We're going to pull back some cables and wipe off some dust while we're at it. Let's see. There we go. All right. We've got to pull back and kind of remove the hot snot on everything because we got to unplug everything because we are swapping its brain out. Okay. There we go. There's one thermistor out. Can we get the other thermistor out? That's the other thing too. We got to do I'm going to get the board swapped out tonight. I don't know that we're going to get Clipper installed for sure, but we'll at least get the board put in and get everything hooked up. Look at that. Pulled the plug off the board. You really need a heat gun? Yeah, Tor, I'm sure I've got one hiding somewhere. I just don't know. Do I watch legit street cars? Yeah, I do. Dude's right up the street from me. And by right up the street, I mean like up in Chicago. He's like a 2-hour drive away. But yeah, I watch legit streetcars. It'd be cool to do something with him. You know, I'm 3D printing, he's cars. It'd be kind of cool, you know. I've got that Morocco scanner at my disposal. I could always maybe scan some stuff for him, and we can work on getting files for him and 3D printing them. But I don't really have a big enough printer for automotive parts. That's where like a Trident 300 would come into play, or a 350 would be better, or a custom built 400. You know. While they're in there. So, JPP, I know I asked, and I'll ask again, because I didn't see if you responded to that part. Are you good with me just ripping the wires for the end stops for X and Y off, and just pulling the wires out, and then I can either throw them in and either ship this to you, or if we meet up, I can just bring them with and give them to you, or I can just toss them in my bin of parts and have them available down the road, because that'll help pull some of the extra unnecessary wire out of here. You know what I mean? You're actually reaching out to him to come up and do some video collabs with the VR camera. Nice. Mentioned 3D printing. Cool. Yeah, he seems like a pretty cool dude. I watch his videos. I like watching him do his road trips where he buys a car in a random state in a random condition and then drives it home. I was wondering how close he was to where you were. He's like about an hour and a half, 2 hour drive. Yeah, he's an hour and a half, 2 hour drive. I would say from Tor too, but Tor doesn't live in Illinois or Indiana. He lives in that weird state that I don't want to do anything more than visit for a day or two. Actually, I would visit for a weekend or maybe a week at most, but I can't afford to live in that state. Oof. Super expensive. I don't know how he's doing it, to be honest with you. I commend you, Tor. I commend you. If anybody's wondering what I'm doing, currently we're ripping the old 8-bit board out of this so we can replace it with a 32-bit board that was sent to me by Mr. Wilson. Tim keeps asking me to move out to Indiana. Hey, I know that he would have a place for you to stay temporarily until you could find something a little more permanent, sir. That's one thing I will say. There was a period of time... Oh, the wifey's here. You want the chair? Okay. Okay, so don't forget, guys, wifey doesn't like to be on camera, but she likes to come hang out and talk. So you'll probably hear her yapping at me about how I'm a mean husband, because I said mean things earlier. And you can all, tell her how mean I am.
It's fine, Chewy. She's allowed to jump up here.
You want me to make the font bigger so you can read it?
No, my head hurts.
Okay, well, I'll make it bigger in case you want to look up.
I don't want to look up.
There. I will put this one over here, and I will move this one over here.
You just prove that you don't listen to me.
I know, but I know that you also tell me you're not going to do something and then you do it anyway, so I'm prepared. Preparedness.
Hey, our kid came home.
Which one? Our volleyball star?
The one who hasn't been home in like 4 days.
Yeah. Oh, there's another thing we'll do, guys. We will cut these and put ferrules on it.
Oh, shit. We need to order that stuff.
Yes, we do, but we don't have money for it right now. We really don't.
Yeah, I know.
So...
There's no way it's getting done by the end of the season.
Yeah. Well, it's not true. I can, if nothing else, I can maybe reach out to friends with lasers and see if they would be willing to assist, and then we might just have to get them the stuff, and then they can maybe help us break it up and, divide and conquer. But I got to start designing those, so I'll work on that today or tomorrow. Or not tonight, but in the next week I'll work on getting all those done. I have about... How many girls is on the team?
I don't know, but you got about 2 weeks.
Okay, well, I may not be able to get it done after all. Might have to be one of those to get them done after the fact. You have a house here, so hard to downgrade to renting. Oh, yeah, true. But the cost of living is way different too, Tor. So if you sell said house in California area, and you were to move to Indiana, it should be quite a bit cheaper. So you should be able to buy, if you sell what you have, pay off what you may owe if you do, and then take what's left and bring it there. It may be a nice down payment on something there. So that there is that. You got to remember, cost of living in, you know, California versus Indiana is quite a bit different. Talking to Tor.
Up Axis is talking to you.
Yeah, give me a second to look up. If I don't think I'll be on Discord again for a while. The guys on there are pretty strict. Oh. No Sleep Kid. This is pure entertainment. Thank you, No Sleep Kid. I'm glad you're entertained. We are currently just taking the guts, the brain here, out of an Ender 3, and we're going to swap it with a Ender SKR Mini E3V2 that I was so graciously gifted by Mr. David Wilson. And then we're going to install Clipper on this. We're going to swap out the hot end on it, and we're going to make this thing do awesome stuff. But here's the old, here's the old 8-bit board, a little dusty, crusty, and ready to be put out to pasture. These 8-bit boards do have some uses. I don't know what they would be just yet, but if I watch Chuck's videos, I'm sure I can find something to do with one of these.
I'm sick because Dan made me sick.
Yeah, I made her sick, guys. It's all my fault. You guys remember when I was sick? Well, I passed it on to her. So, we have some tidying up to do in here in the wire department. So first thing we got to do is actually make a bigger mess with the wires.
Everything makes a bigger mess just to improve it.
Mm-hmm. To make it better, you got to first make it worse.
Yep.
Yep. Just like our relationship, right, honey? Before we could make it better, we had to make it worse.
Mm-hmm.
Because, you know, our lives would have been better if we had not crossed paths in a...
Something about Marlin, ESP32, handwritten firmware.
Yeah. Yeah, I did create my own Marlin firmware for the...
It says, nice, have you tried using Duet or Marlin on an ESP32 something?
Oh. Have I tried using Duet or Marlin on an ESP32 handwritten firmware? No, I have not. I have not. I can say without any hesitation, no. First thing we're going to do is cut this down, and we're going to strip this. They're fine. They do that all the time. But Mama's got to go check on them, I know. Need my strippers. Then I got to find my proper crimper. Where is the proper ferrule crimper? Where is the ferrule crimper? Uh-oh. I think my ferrule crimper is not there. Uh-oh. Where is my ferrule crimper? Maybe up shit creek, because I may not have my ferrule crimper, and I might have just cut that to be ferrule crimped. Yeah, I need to ferrule crimp it. It's got to be ferrule crimped. We can't do that half-ass solder connection thing that Big Tree Tech did, and or not Big Tree Tech, but Creality did. There it is. Found it. Ferrule crimper.
I have to check because he's been going at them every time.
Ferrule crimper. Ferrule crimper. Ferrule
I'm
crimper.
gonna whip something today. I just he's not listening to me.
Yeah, you have to check because he's been going after them. I heard you, love. I did hear you. Because I'm agreeing with you? I'm
Oh,
sorry.
you're making me mad.
Okay, well, I'll stop making you mad. I'll stop talking in general. Okay, Internet, you're going to talk to my wife now. Okay, she's walking away. All right. Let's hack off a chunk of this guy. And then a chunk of this guy. There we go. Ta-da. Michael Cassell, what's up, brother? Never heard of Clipper. I only know about Octoprint. Oh, well, no sleep, kid. Clipper, if you get some time, look into it. Clipper is very nice. It is a Linux base. It runs off of like Raspberry Pi or an SBC. Basically, Clipper runs on that. They build a like a dummy firmware basically for whatever control board and that you have. And then the Raspberry Pi or the equivalent will handle all of the computations and just sends motion commands to the printer. And that's pretty much it. It's just run off of a second computer. So 32-bit boards are kind of overkill for that, but it's still nice. We're using the little gray ferrule because it fits the wire perfectly. Stick our little ferrule crimper in, couple squeezes. I always squeeze it like three or four times. Give it a good tug. You want to make sure if it's going to fall off, you want it to fall off outside the machine, not in the machine while it's running. Aren't some Creality machines coming out now? Clipper, yeah. The Ender 3 V3, not the V3 KE, or actually the KE is Clipper based. The V3 is Clipper based. The K1, K1C, K1 Max, K1 SE, and the new K2 are all going to be Clipper based. Those are all Clipper based Creality machines. A lot of companies are coming out with Clipper based machines. Big Tree Tech was one of the first ones to do it. They released the Huracan, which the Huracan was a was a bed slinger that ran Clipper. So there is that. We got to pull some of this power lead cable in. We'll pull on it. It'll come through. We can fix the power leads because they do this. This is soldered, guys. That's. Let me see if I can get this to focus a little better. Hold on. Oh. It's about as good as it can get, but these are soldered. You don't want that. As they sit inside the connection, over time the electrical current tends to have the solder heat up, and then it will lose proper connection, and then you run into a problem where you get arcing and sparking, and then things catch on fire. So, ferrules are good. You recommend replacing the screen module thing with a touch screen thing from some provider like Nexton, like a ESP30 or ESP8266 or Raspberry Pi, and run a browser on it. What, Clipper? Yeah. As a matter of fact, Clipper, usually there's like Big Tree Tech is kind of one of the big ones when it comes to printer aftermarket accessories and stuff like that, or just, you know, other accessories. They've got several different screen options that they run or that they have available. So there's always that. And you can run the Clipper screen is what it's called. Touchscreen web interface or touchscreen interface for your Clipper installs. It's very nice. Definitely a highly recommended upgrade. Robert Rittenhouse, good to see you. Hope you're doing well, man. Staying out of trouble, staying out of jail, making good choices and all that fun stuff. I had my ferrules kind of had an accident. They fell over. And now I gotta dig through and find the right ferrules. My Chewbacca is out there howling and yowling like a dingbat. Chewbacca's the blue healer. Did any of you grab any of the $50 Ender 3 V2s from Micro Center? No, I wish I had, because I would love to have one for just miscellaneous crap, you know? Is it that one or is it the black one? Maybe it's the blue one I'm thinking of. I think it's the blue one I need. Yeah, it's the blue one, not the gray ones, not the bigger gray ones. It's the blue ones. There we go. Okay. Ta-da. Yeah, the blue ferrules work great for the power. And then put that in there and give it the old squeeze-a-roo a few times. And then give it a tug. Oh, here's my daughter coming out to mess with me because I'm on stream. See?
You.
Hey, you got any great stories to tell the internet tonight?
You do so much. Yeah, the fucking lady in Casey's today. I walk in, right? Because I told Mom, I said, no, we can't go to BP. They don't have the good slushy. So we walk into fucking Casey's, and like I threw myself at the slushy machine, and I was like, where is it? And then she gave me this whole lifelong story. Like, I don't need your lifelong story. I just wanted to know what happened to the machine. I didn't even know why you didn't have a cell phone at that time. I didn't even know where you were at that time. I didn't even have to know what happened. I just wanted to know where it went.
Mm-hmm.
If all these big bags drank it or not.
There you go, guys. You were missing the teenage girl stories. There you go.
And then I finally found some dude who's had anal before.
Oh, for crying out loud. Not on this stream. Stop that talk right now, please. Not on this stream.
Well, it's the truth.
Well, that's fine, but I said not on this stream, so that means don't talk about it. This is what you get when you have like 13 or 15-year-old kids, guys. This is what you get out of a 15-year-old. Let's see. I can't remember if this fan wire is too thin.
My freaking Bubba had to take his truck back because I guess Mom can't tell him not to.
Yeah, that's too thin. So we're gonna have to do the old
So,
bubble up and double up.
so I couldn't drive home from practice today
No, I'm sorry.
because I guess it's supposed to rain and get out.
Yeah, it's gonna rain and it's cold, and he doesn't want to ride the motorcycle in the cold rain.
Oh, but he did it for Zach. But he did it for Zach.
He did
But
it for.
he can't do it for me.
He did that for a guy that he works with whose uncle passed away, and they had a ride. That's
Okay,
why.
my uncle passed away too.
Not from a motorcycle accident flying over the hood of some lady's car because she pulled out in front of him. That's why they had a motorcycle ride. Because this poor guy lost his life because some lady pulled out in front of him and he flew over her car and wound up not making it past that part. And it was this guy that he works with's uncle. It was a rally for him. That's why they all went. So let's have some sort of like courtesy there,
I
young
do
lady.
have courtesy. I was just saying that your point didn't make sense.
It did if you knew the whole story, and before you said something, you should have asked why.
No. All you said was his uncle passed away. And
Yeah.
and I knew why his uncle passed away because Bubba already told me.
Well
Because I told
then,
him that he was freaking dumb.
well then, you should have courtesy and understand why. This is again that teenage girl thing.
Hey, these don't talk.
No, they don't. So please don't try to. I'm trying to have an actual informative stream here tonight, not a Lulu come out and be silly
Well,
stream.
you asked me if I had any more stories.
Yeah, but I kind of thought you would have caught the hint.
To tell
Yeah.
more?
Sure.
Yeah.
No, don't tell more. All right, JPP, I'm going to remove the end stop here for the Z because we're going to put a probe on it. Quit it. I know what you're doing. Quit it.
Doing what?
I know what you're doing. Quit it.
What am I doing?
You're doing that thing where you're looking at a tape measure and you're pulling it out and looking at different numbers. So yeah, quit it.
Okay, why can't I look at different numbers? What's wrong with that? Just because I asked you to pull out 8 inches doesn't mean nothing.
I told you I don't know what that looks like. I'll leave it alone and let's move on.
Obviously.
Obviously. All right. Oh, is this already disconnected? Am I? Oh, it
She
is.
stole
Cool.
my heart in the trailer park, so I jacked the keys to her.
Quit it.
What?
You tonight. I love you.
Crashed that pizza and slipped away. No, I missed y'all.
Oh,
Mom told me to come back home.
you missed us? That's why you kept staying at your friend's house?
Yeah, that's why I came home. She told me, she goes, come back home. And then when I got in the car and I started yapping, she goes, I'm dropping you back off at Tessa.
Gee, I wonder why. Yappy. Let's see here. Hold on, guys. You have an old 2018 Tarantula, but your grandpa upgraded to something and not be able to touch, barely works, and now it crashes into the bed, and now a lot more problems. No sleep, kid. I'll tell you what, man. The reason I'm doing what I'm doing now is because I'm rehabbing old printers and then giving them away to poor people who cannot afford to get into 3D printing, but want to. So that's the whole point of my channel and what I do. I rebuild 3D printers and then give them away to people. Micro Swiss Polymaker sponsor the streams, but I think after today's conversation with my daughter, if they watch this, they'll probably decide against it going forward.
Sorry.
Because I love my daughter, but
Don't think differently of him, I promise.
I'm only playing,
I
Sappy.
don't learn it from him. I learn it from
I'm
my
only
mom.
playing. They already know the stream is marked as 18 and over, so the conversations will sometimes and always get off the rails.
Sometimes and always. What do you mean always?
As in, it always goes off the rails. Wouldn't be my stream if it wasn't off the rails.
Right. I'm sitting on the floor.
There we go. I just depinned that so I could take it and pull it through. So there we go.
Mom?
Did Dan just call someone else yappy? I know Bob Carnes. Isn't that weird?
Mama.
It's the 15-year-old daughter.
Mama said that he did with Katie
I don't know.
again because he wasn't home.
Well, I don't know. And like I told Mom, not a drama that I need to be a part of. I worry about you, your mother, your sisters, your brothers. That's it. I don't care about the reasons that you guys exist outside of that. So whatever he does with his life is his thing.
I care.
I understand that, but I'm here for you. So I only want to make sure you are okay.
Oh my gosh, Dan, do you have an iPad that I can use?
No.
Or like a tablet or
If I do, it's in the house, not out here.
Well, all the iPads are cracked.
No, I think there's a really, really old one that does not support anything current that I have in the house.
Okay.
And by, I mean, doesn't support anything, I mean, like, legitimately does not support anything. Like, you can't even install apps on it anymore.
Well, that's what I needed, because I needed to install Snapchat.
Yep, no, ain't gonna work, because it won't work.
Which means I have to new Snapchat.
Yep.
But I need to use a different email or phone number.
Hey, guys, have you ever heard of this? Snapchat actually banning a device? Not banning an account, banning a device. Have you ever heard of that?
Funny. They're not funny.
I'm asking them. I don't know if they've ever heard of it.
No Sleep Kid said World's 15 and she doesn't have an iPad or a phone.
No, she has a phone. She has a phone. The problem is her phone, they banned her device. So it doesn't matter whose account tries to log in on that phone. It will not let it log in. So if she tried to create another account and then get on Snapchat, it won't even allow the device to connect to their network. They banned the device. It's called IP banning. No, it's device banning, because no matter what IP address she connects from, they're banning it based on some piece of hardware, like a hardware address that it sends to Snapchat.
End of discussion. Lesson learned. Don't send videos of people twerking butt naked.
Not butt naked with their butt out.
With their butt out. My bad.
Because you say butt naked, everybody thinks a birthday suit.
No.
It wasn't birthday suit. It was booty out.
Yeah, they have their butt out.
Mac ID ban? Yeah. Yeah, most likely. I could attempt to try and figure out how to spoof a different MAC address to it and see if that would work, but who knows?
Will you be able to get my old account back?
No.
Does that mean I have to restart?
I don't know. I really don't know, Miss Lou. Okay, well, we got ferals on this, and ferals on this now. So we're no longer tempting fate with hot solder melting down and causing arcing and sparking. So that's done. Ferals galore. Now we just got to put the board back in, the new old board.
Anyways, I'm going back inside.
Okay, love you. Okay. Now let's go ahead and grab the board. Thanks to Mr. David Wilson. Sorry, I slapped the microphone there, guys. Oh, is it over here? Yes, it is. I set it down over here. 6 months probably. No, they said permanently. It was a permaband. Oh, you know, I did notice something. USB port is missing off of this one. So this one's missing the USB port. So, and I don't have a way or really a reason. Oh, I do need the US. No, I don't. No, I don't. We have TFT. We can connect through serial. See, right here, TFT. We can connect through serial. So we'll do it open bench here right now, JPP. I'll probably see if I can get the Teaching Tech rear kit, and then we'll put it on the back. We'll do the electronics on the back. So that's what I'll do. But for right now, for getting it set up and working and getting Clipper going on it, we will do the TFT, and we'll use the TX and RX and connect it up through serial. So it'll be UART connected instead of USB connected, since I did notice that the USB port is missing. And since it'll all be enclosed in the back, that won't be a problem. The wire won't be in the way of anything. So there you go. But for right now, for tonight, we'll just mount it up in this old case here, just because. Actually, no, we're not. We're going to take the case off, because we're going to do a rear mount. So I'll have to print some parts and do that. So it may be a couple of streams before this one's done. This may be another long hauler like the CR10 was. But it won't be a I get easily distracted and move on type of thing. we will continue to work on it. We're going to take these 2 screws out here, drop this off of here so I can at least just set the plug everything in for right now. Let's see. There we go. Take this off. And then I'll see if I can find that drawer, like the drawers like I had JPP, and we'll put the drawers in here. There's actually 2 of them if you do it right. You can put one set of drawers here and one set of drawers on the other side there under the front. And then I have 2 sets of drawers and the electronics in the rear. So, since we're doing that, let's pull all of this now to the back of the printer. Ta-da! We can cut this tape off of here too. Or undo the tape that binds everything. I know you guys can't see it really all that well. I'm sorry. But I want to get all this loose. It's a pretty sticky tape. You want a printer? Oh wait, I want a printer. I'm broke. Maybe I have one. No sleep, kid. We'll see. We'll see, man. I legitimately am just looking for people with the 3D printing rehab project. I'm just looking for people that truly want to get into 3D printing, who do not have one and do not have the income to get started in it. And then maybe that'll be an incentive or a motivation for them to, get into the 3D printing. Oh, I forgot. Which wires are those? Oh, these are the actual, that was the the build plate wires, wasn't it? Yeah. That was the build plate wires. We still got to do these for the power cord. Yeah. What's your Discord? Well, it's a community Discord. Let me click on the old chat window here. Click that. There you go. It's the Maker Hideout. It was a Discord I started many eons ago, and then turned over to a buddy of mine, Zach. He's been running it, and I just have I float around in there. If anybody else wants to share their Discords where they can be found, feel free. You guys again know I'm all about self-promotion here, as long as you aren't promoting anything illegal, immoral, nothing political, no religious talk, no current events talk. We keep it very just kind of a nice neutral place. We don't talk about things that cause problems. Let's put it that way. Okay. We don't talk about issues here. Not mean, hurtful issues. Printer issues can be mean and hurtful, I guess, depending on the printer. Let's see. Probably didn't need to use the big gray ones. Now that I think about it, I could probably, let's see, can we pull that off in here? Yeah. Oh, well, not really. We actually pulled the little plastic end off. Let's see if we can get that off of there. Nope, that thing is bit down hard. Well, all right then. Can we force that back in there? All right. No, the gray ones will go on the power. The blue ones are for the build plate. That's all that matters. At least we'll know. We will know. JPP will know. That'll be the important one for him. So he'll know. But there we go. And let's see. Pull real hard. Yeah, that ain't coming off of there either. So there you go. Power leads are also now proper. Let's spin this guy around real quick. We got all the wires coming out the rear. There we go. Pull everything back this away. There we go, there we go, there we go. All right, there's those wires. Here's all these wires. Let's get everything wired up. So we'll do drawers on the front, JPP. Don't start nothing, won't be nothing. Exactly. That counts me out. Too immoral. Ah, Bob Carnes, no, you're a good dude. I love you, man. I'm glad you're here. It's good to see you, sir. I do hope things are going well for you and the missus and the, family. I hope you guys are all doing well on the other side of the continent here. The other side of the country, the continent. It's a little bit of everything. Me and my bad habits, I know. All right, so we have our X, Y, and extruder. This one's the extruder. It does say E. I know it's hard to see. I wish that camera was better, but it's not. And then on the board here, we want to find the one that says EM for extruder motor. Then we have our X end stop, which realistically we could take the X end stop out too. I kind of sort of didn't do that. But it won't hurt nothing to plug it in for now, so it's at least out of the way. So let's find the X end stop right here on the board. It's the second one over. Spin that around and plug it in. There we go. And then this one should be my extruder now, or X. That's X. And we want to plug that into the X, which is the first one over here. There we go. There's that. We'll get those wires in a minute. We'll tuck this one up out of the way as well. Kind of going through plugging in the motor wires first. This one is now going to be our Y because I said so. And this one is going to be our Z or Z for those who are from the Scandinavias. And we can plug that into either ZA or ZB. This does have single stepper dual motor. There's that. Later, Jose. Have a good one, sir. Get some sleep. Rest up. You're trying to use this 3D printing to make money printing anything, to make me money and sell me my weird art. Well, Douglas Little, if you have a website where you're selling your weird art, as long as your weird art is nothing that's going to cause legal ramification, and you have a website where you're selling your 3D printed art, feel free to post a link to where people can find it. On your alt account because your account got hijacked. Okay. Well, no sleep, kid. I will look for it in there when I'm not doing this. Got you, man. I will look for you. Okay, then we've got heat bed thermistor. I want to get this hot snot off of here. There we go. Hot snot gone. And then you've got THB and TH0. So THB is for the bed, and that's what we're working on. Bed. And then we got to figure out which one is the bed and which one is the heater. And of course, they are not marked, so we will have to go to the interwebs and look up the pinouts for this. So we'll do that here in a minute. For right now, I'm going to plug in all the things I know I can plug in. Here's our hot end thermistor. Let me turn you guys down a little bit more. There you go. Just Facebook Marketplace and friends. All good, man. All good. Gotta have your hustle somewhere. You know what I mean? Gotta start your hustle somewhere. Like I tell everybody in 3D printing, when you want to get into 3D printing and you want to sell stuff, just make sure you follow the license of the things you are selling so that you're not pissing off anybody in the community. Because one of the worst things you can do is sell somebody else's stuff and then get them mad at you for doing so. Like, just do it the right way, you know? Here we go. We got fan 0 and fan 1. Fan 0. We'll assume fan 0 will be the yellow and blue, which is the part cooling fan. If not, it will be when we write our firmware config. And then, let's see, the fan for the board, the board goes there. And then the part cooling fan plugs directly in. And I want to say the part cooling fan is one of the larger ones, and I want to say that is actually the extruder, and that's the hot end. Could be wrong. I could be wrong. It could be that is the build plate, that is the hot end, and that is the fan, and then this is power in. And according to this, negative, positive here, negative on the outside. So let's hook that up for now. Got to switch back to our flat blade because it is a flat blade screw. May have grabbed too big a one. Nope, perfect. All right. Let's see. Negative goes here. Loosen that way up, slide that in, clamp it down, grab this. Bear in mind, people, I'm not giving these as tutorials on how to do this. So the things I do may not be proper and may cause you to cringe. But guess what? If it works for me, that's all that matters. So please, don't always do what I do. Preferably don't ever do what I do. Okay, we got to pull up the wiring diagram to make sure that we plug in the bed to the right spot, the fan to the right spot, and the hot end to the right spot. And then we'll power this up and see if it has anything on it currently, just to see if it does. Make noise like teeth in a comb. What do you mean? It is sticking to the nozzle and pulling up. Yes. Yes, yes. The almighty nozzle too close to the print. Stealing the chair back. I'm going to take this collection of parts I pulled off the printer, put it off the side. Go back here, go back here. Right, guys. I'm going to move this back over here now since the missus is gone. This back over here. Push this up here. While we're in front of the computer, let's pop over to Discord. You see JPP sent me something. Well, I will take a look on that JPP and we'll see what we can do. Let me go in here. Let's go into the general chat. There's how to text in there. Let's see. No sleep, kid. You're not how to text it, are you? In general, how to text it. Yeah, no, I know you're not how to text it. I just happen to be there looking, so. Okay, well, for right now, I'm going to minimize Discord. Let's get back on track. ADHD brain is doing too much. Can you pause the print and fix that? Yeah. If you have baby stepping on the printer, you should be able just to, like, depending on what type of printer it is, you can just go into a baby stepping and bring it up. Adjust your Z offset and pull it away from the print. Z offset will work for more than just your first layer. Let's go here. Let's go to GitHub. Big Tree Tech Mini E3B2 in. All right. GitHub Mini E3B3 pinout. Okay. This is what I'm looking for. Let me go ahead and show you guys the screen. Ready? Bam. There it is. There's the pinouts. We're looking at this stuff down here. And like I said, the small one is the hot end. The bigger one there next to it is the heat bed. And then the one next to that is just a 12 or 24 volt power. So that'd be the fan. So this one right here will be the fan, heat bed, hot end. So there we go. And it's nice to have this because then I know that the fan goes positive to the left, ground to the right, and then it's ground to the left, positive to the right, ground to the left, positive to the right. Thanks, fixed it. Awesome. I'm hopefully it was JPP that helped. Mix or replace an LED array on the frozen wash and cure kit. I do not know. You want to mix wavelengths? That I cannot help you with, Dental. I do apologize. I'm not very up on resin and all the resin stuff. Mostly FDM care. I have played around with some resin printers, but I've never really done anything with playing around with this stuff. But looking at it, it kind of sounds like you're into dental work. You know. No sleep kit, are you taking off? All right. Think you found a spider in the bathroom, scared the pee-pee poo-poo out of you? I'm waiting to get a response. I'm kind of interested. Yes, dental 3D printing. Nice. I wish I could help you, and in return, I would ask you kindly to make me implants because my teeth are jacked. I love them. Nice, pretty smile. But don't make a lot of money, can't afford a lot of fancy things, so I get stuck with ugly teeth and this ugly face. Like I tell everybody, you ready? Here's what I tell everyone. I have a face for radio and a voice for silent film. And sadly, for some reason, you're all here. But I'm thankful for that. Yeah, I wish I could. I wish I had more info to help you out. Look up Akuma Mods. He may be able to help you out. He's on TikTok. So if you get on TikTok and you look up Akuma Mods, somebody want to type in Akuma's name? I'll type it, I guess. I asked him, but I'll type it. I'm sitting right here. AKUMAMODS. Akuma Mods. Look him up on TikTok. And you can go give him a follow and then maybe reach out to him and message him and just tell him, you know, I'm in, you know, I do, you know, dental resin printing, and this is what I'm looking for. Is there any chance you know, or maybe you could put me in touch with someone that I could speak to on this? Because he's more into the resin stuff. He's the resin 3D printing guy. So maybe just reach out to him on there and say, hey, what do you think? Hey, that'll work. You can be like, I was watching Maker by Nexus's YouTube stream and he said to reach out to you. Go ahead and tell him that. That's fine. Revolution Dental. Viva la revolution. Anyway, that's enough of me being stupid, saying dumb things. But yeah, hit him up. And if he can help you out, just think of this face one day. You're like, we're bored. We got nothing better to do. Let's go get some, you know. I love sponsors. I have part sponsors and filament sponsors, but I have no teeth sponsors. This smile brought to you by. Just playing, man. Everybody gets hit up for free shit all the time. I'm not. If somebody wants to offer, I'll take it. But I'm not. I joke more than anything. I'm gonna sit down here for this. We're gonna come back over here. Let me hit the bench. I gotta move this stream deck. I gotta move my stream deck over here so that when I'm over here I can switch through it. Because over there is nice when I'm just sitting in here talking. But when I'm doing stuff, I get way over. It's still out of my reach. Okay. So again, first we want to hook up the hot end, which is these two here, the little one. Loosen them all the way up. There we go. And it says positive, negative, but these are not really a positive, negative scenario. It's current goes in, and it just works. So it doesn't really matter which one's positive, which one's negative, because it really isn't necessarily a positive and negative for the hot end or the heat bed, but the heat bed at least has a black and a red cable. So it does make it easy to at least know, well, usually, yeah. See, black with a red stripe and then red. So that's for the heat bed. And again, if I'm right, yeah, it would technically be the red to the right. Crank it down tight. Put that one in. Crank it down tight. And then give them a little tug to make sure they're all in there nice and tight. And then now, the fan, which does matter because fan does spin wrong direction if wired wrong, or does not spin at all. I forgot to put this chat back up on the other window, so there we go. All right. So guys, this may very well be the last stream or one of the last streams on this computer that I'm currently streaming from. It is a decent rig. If anybody's looking for a decent rig, hit me up. I'll get you the specs on it. I would like to sell it, but I would consider trading it for a Voron Trident or 2.4, preferably a 300 or larger, because I'm a size queen. It's a really good rig, to be honest with you. AMD Ryzen, it's a Ryzen 7 5700G with a RTX 3060 8 gig or 3060 Ti 8 gig, 16 gigs of RAM, 1 terabyte hard drive. If anybody's interested, and it can come with either two Samsung 27-inch monitors or one MSI 24 or 27-inch. I can't remember the dimensions on this thing yet. Either this one monitor or those two monitors. And it comes with the MSI keyboard, the nice clicky clacky keyboard, and the MSI mouse. So, how much you need a VR ready machine? Douglas Little. I'm not gonna lie, I seen them sell them for like 1,200, but you know, let me know. And how far are you from Illinois, Douglas Little? Yeah, Douglas, sometimes it's better to just fail, wipe it, and start over than it is to try and salvage a print. So it might be just easier to let it be. All right, guys. The only thing that's left to do is hook up the screen and put power to it. Let's pull the screen cable back. Let's move the build plate back. And let's just see if this OS or if this board has anything installed on it currently. Pull the screen back, screen cable. Hook this up, and then we're gonna spin all this loose wire back, spin around, plug it in, and we'll have the screen facing forward. We'll see if Mr. Wilson sent it with any kind of an operating system on it, or with a OS on it. Let's get all these wires untangled from the build plate, just so we don't accidentally catch something in said build plate if it moves. And I use a wood desk, so it should not conduct electricity or electrical current. So I shouldn't have any issues with electricity causing issues with my person or my well-being. Or my person's well-being. Haha. There we go. Power goes in. There's the screen. Let's turn it on and see what happens. Ready? Power. Screen lit up. We did something right, at least. It's not doing anything. Let's see if we can find the Clipper firmware since we're already on the thing. Let's see here. Hardware 2. SKR Mini E3V3. Firmware V1.2. Well, they do have the Marlin firmwares. Should we just throw the stock one on it real quick just to see what happens? Let's just grab the stock bin file. I'll grab the SD card that was over here that we took out, that I dropped down so conveniently. We'll stick the SD card in the SD card into the printer. There we go, into the printer. Turn the microphone so you guys can hear me a little better. A blank screen with the backlight is a sign that it may already have Clipper in firmware. Well, yes, JPP, it very well could, but we're going to rebuild Clipper firmware anyway. So let's just get firmware for Marlin on it to begin with. Because why not, right? Yeah, we'll save this one to the desktop as such. And then we'll go to it and view. Right-click, copy, go to the G drive. Oh, he sent it with some files on it. It has EEPROM data on it. We're going to go ahead and delete all of that. He was using Cura. Paste that in there and then rename it. Get rid of the one because I already had a firmware.bin file on there. There we go. Now let's do the old ejecto-cedo. Eject. All right. Now let's take this out. We'll take a default, just standard E3V2 firmware. Drop this in Oh, JPP, I'm sorry, but I wiped your SD card. I realized that was your SD card. We can give it a few seconds to do its thing, and then we'll see if the screen lights up. Grab my drink while I'm waiting. Look at that, Marlin! Ta-da! It works! We did disconnect end stops. So for the sake of my own sanity, move this down, move this over, pull this into the middle more. Our thermistors are reading pretty close. I don't know how much of that you guys can actually see. There we go. Yeah, not so bad. Chewbacca, can you stop licking the pillow, you weirdo? All right, there we go. You can see that they're within about a degree of each other. Let's go to temperature. Let's go to nozzle. Heat it up to 130. Go to build plate. Heat it up to not 115. Oh, hell no. We'll just go to 40. There we go. Now let's go back. 41, that's heating up. Tap it with my finger. You guys can't see me doing that. Remember, hot ends get hot, so don't do that. I did wire up the fans correctly, I think. Let's see here, hold on. If we go into temp, and we go to fan speed, yeah, no, it won't turn down, so maybe I do have them wired up wrong. Ooh. Yeah, it's definitely getting warm. Okay. So, that being said, let's do this. Don't do what I do. Don't ever do what I do. And since you can't see what I'm doing, I don't have to worry. There. Whoops. Okay, now let's go here. Let's go to temp. Let's go to fan speed. Turn it up to 100%. And now it turns on and blows. Yay! We did it right now. Look at that. You guys would never know that I did that wrong. See? I did it right, and that's all you know. So we're up to 133 already, and we're up to 43 on the build plate. It is warm. Hot end is warm. All right, now let's go back to temp. Cool down. We verified that. Sadly, we cannot verify motion too much because I'm pretty sure it won't let me move anything until I home it. Let's find out. Oh, there we go. X did move 10 in that direction. You guys can't see it, so let's move this back. Okay, so I didn't have to home it after all, but there's 10, 20, 30. There we go. So X moves. Let's go check Y. I'm going to go positive, so it should come forward. It did. Look at that. All right. Now let's check Z and make sure Z moves in the right direction. It's going up. Ta-da! All right. So we got all of those axes moving in the right directions. I think, dare we go down the path of getting the Raspberry Pi set up and getting Clipper installed on there? And since we're doing it UART style, you guys can see how to do UART style with a mini E3V3 if you don't know how. And if you do know how, you can tell me I'm a moron and I screwed up somewhere, and that's okay. You guys want to go down that path? Should we start that tonight? What time is it? It's only 7 o'clock. I've been streaming for 2 hours. I like to keep it at 2 hours, but if the motion is good, everybody's having a good time, sometimes we go a little longer. And this can give people an idea of what's going on. Nadar, what's up? Nadar? Yeah. Nad, my name backwards, Dan. Dyslexic Dan, Nad. It's good to see you. It's 2:51 a.m. and you're hanging out with me. Hold on. Nope, wrong one. There we go. Thank you. It's almost 3 a.m. in the morning and you want to hang out with this schmuck. Thank you. Hey, wait, that means that you're in kind of like a groggy state. Click the link, buy my merch. Kidding, but not kidding. But kidding, but not kidding. If you want to buy a t-shirt that says Maker My Nexus on it, I won't argue. Let's see here. So, don't crash it, Dan. There's no end stops. Yep, Yep, JPP, we're living dangerous. What do you guys think? Shall we install Clipper on a Raspberry Pi? I don't have... Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Baby, baby. Baby, baby. Baby, baby. Baby, baby. I have a HDMI cable here. Can you guess what this HDMI cable is connected to? If I was to plug it into this Raspberry Pi, that's one step. Clipper for the win all the time. Yeah. Pleasure to see people tinkering. Yeah, that's... so again, you may have been here before. I do apologize if I don't remember you. I'm sorry. But my name is Dan. Making My Nexus is my YouTube channel. Basically, I'm doing what I call the 3D printer rehab project. Taking old printers that people have, in this case, the Sender 3 that JPP, or Just Push Print, gave to me at Rocky Mountain Rep Rap Fest. No, Midwest Rep Rap Fest. He brought it to Midwest Rep Rap Fest. That's right. It was Midwest Rep Rap Fest. He brought it there. Gave it to me along with a CR10. The CR10 we've already rebuilt on the channel, got it going, and I gifted that or gave that to a teacher at the school that I work at. This one I'm rebuilding as a collab with JPP. Basically, he's hanging out in chat, giving me cues, do this, do that. I'm doing that. And then I'm going to arrange some way, either taking a road trip and making a weekend out of it, going down to where he lives down in the southern US, dropping it off to him. And then he's going to, over on his channel, work on some mods that he wants to do. And then he has a teacher that he wants to give it to. So we're getting it basically set up here, giving it to him. He'll finish the final touches and then give it to the teacher, and then she will take it into her classroom and use it as a way to inspire kids to get in, be more creative. So that's the goal on this one. But going forward, I have one more printer that I plan to rehab out of my own collection, and then I'm going to be down to a lot of nothing. You can kind of see a backpack printer right here. I got this from the Mitch 3D, Mr. Mitch, the backpack printer guy. This is the King Rune printer that he had at Rocky Mountain. He gave that to me. I'm going to do some stuff with that. That'll probably be what we're going to do after this, is get the backpack printer going with a new frame and some other stuff. Yeah, we're going to work on that probably after this, and then we'll get to the ANET after that. Oh, another thing. If anybody's got connections with Pedamame, please hit them up and let them know that it'd be cool to watch me build some on my stream. Could really use, would really like to get my hands on a set of edamames. I don't want the minis. I want the big ones. I want the big ones. So, please. Anyway, that's my send the team. But no, yeah, let's get Clipper going. But yeah, so I call it the 3D printer rehab project. Rebuild old printers, give them to people less fortunate who can't afford to get into 3D printing, want to get into 3D printing, and then we just stream me working on the printers, talking to everybody, getting ideas on things we can check out and try. For the most part, I try to keep the printers as close to stock as I can, because I want the people to get them, to have them with as little unnecessary tinkering as possible. Let them kind of build on it from there if they can and want to. If they don't, great. But if there are upgrades that have been given to me through either my sponsor MicroSwiss or through Polymaker, which Polymaker does filament, so mostly MicroSwiss, and then donations from the community, people send me stuff. Earlier tonight, we opened up a box of goodies from David Wilson, also known as Woodwaker1 on YouTube. He, or David Wilson, either one. But he sent me a box of miscellaneous parts he had. So I have more miscellaneous parts. And then my friend HVAC A to Z Sergio sent me a box of goodies a little while back, and we've dug into that as well. And yeah, let's melt the like button, please. If everybody would smash that like button, I would greatly appreciate it. Subs are free, so feel free to sub if you like what you see and you want to support me. You can always become a member of the channel. I'm going to try and get better about doing members stuff for you guys. And there is a Patreon out there if you want to join that. I don't really do much on the Patreon, so I don't really push it. monetarily, if you'd like to support me, again, links are down below. Venmo, Cash App, PayPal. All money is good money. Send me money. If you want to buy a shirt, link to that down there as well. If you're going to buy stuff from Sliceworks, use my affiliate link, please. And use my discount coupon. My discount coupon gets you 5% off. Let me drop down here. So let's go here. All right. I need to find a power cord. What does this go to? Oh, I can unplug that. Good. All right. That's unplugged because that's not doing anything right now. Leave that unplugged. Crap. I need a power cable to power the pie. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Wait a minute. Aha. It's meant to be, guys. It's meant to be. I think it's meant to be. I'm working through a pile of wires here to pull out a cable, possibly, out of my mess of cables. There we go. Okay. Power cord goes into plug. Power cord comes over here, but does not get connected to Pi yet. Shazbot. I really don't think I need the HDMI for anything more than just to make sure it gets up and then we can SSH into it. Live dangerously, install the Pi headless. That's where I think we're at. Just use SSH. I think that's where we're at, good sir. Let me make sure I have the Raspberry Pi imager real quick. Raspberry Pi. Boop. Nope, I didn't want to search for Raspberry Pi, you dick. Scroll down. I think I still have Raspberry Pi imager on here. No, I don't. Well, we're going to go straight through the whole process. So, all right. Well, let's jump to the right screen so you guys can follow along. Open up a new tab. We're going to go to Raspberry Pi. Go to raspberrypi.com. We're going to go to software. We're going to grab the desktop, download for Windows. We'll throw this in the downloads folder. Oh, it already exists. Well then, no. Cancel. We've already got it in the downloads folder. Let's go to the downloads folder. Imager. There we go. Boom. Install the imager. My dog is out there barking like a dingus. All right. Boom. It's installed. Finish and run. Let's see if it'll load on the right screen. Nope. It loads on the, well, it did load on the left screen, which is not the right screen. So when I get on the right screen, first thing we need to do is choose our device. This is a Raspberry Pi 3B, or Raspberry Pi 3, which includes the B, A+, B+, and Compute Module 3 and 3+. That's what we want. Click there. Then we get to choose our OS. For anybody who doesn't know, if you're in here and you go to other, I believe it's other user, general purpose OS. Nope, not in there. It is other specific purpose OS. Yep. And then you go to 3D printing. And then in here you have OctoClipper, Print Watch OS, Octoprint. Give me a second, guys. Yes, love. I thought you were staying home. Okay, well, I love you. We're installing, we're going to get Clipper installed on this thing tonight. I'm not going to be able to do much with it because we still have some other things to do, but we get Clipper going. So shouldn't be more than about another half hour. Doesn't take very long. Yes, she came out and talked to me, and she was F this and F that. She was definitely pushing the R rating tonight, and then she had to tell about how she met a guy who's done anal. She informed me that she met a guy who's done anal. Yeah. So the stream enjoyed that. All right, I love you, hon.
Okay, bye, beautiful. But there are other options in here, guys. Sorry, had to talk to the missus. Thought you guys would enjoy another conversation about the A word. I would pay someone to tune my printers so I don't have to do this stuff. Douglas Little, if I lived closer, I would hit you up on that, I think. I think we talked about this earlier when you asked about the printer. Free car died, you didn't have money issues. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, never mind. You're in Missouri and on disability. Well, Douglas Little, yeah. Missouri's not that bad. It's a couple hour drive. But trust me, good sir, if I lived closer, I would probably offer my assistance to help you out. But anyway, back to over here, guys. There is Mainsail OS. You got your Duet Pi for Raspberry Pi OS for software for Duet controllers. And then they've got Repetier, which I did use back in the day. It wasn't bad. But what we're going to do is none of these. I just wanted to show you that they exist. What we're going to do is we're actually going to go back, and we're going to come up here. And we're going to actually grab one of the Raspberry Pi OS distros. I'm actually going to go ahead and just grab the 64-bit with the desktop environment, just because. It's only 1 gig. It should only take half an hour. Shouldn't take that long. We click storage, and in this case, we need to put an SD card in, because I don't want to write it to any of my hard drives. That would just be silliness. Find an SD card. Find an SD card. Where do I have an SD card? Do I have an SD card we can use? I have a couple of them here. Good. Let's find one that'll have plenty of storage space and hopefully won't die on us. That would be bad. Here's a 32 gig. 32 gig should be more than enough. JPP, I'm putting it on the 32 gig and I'll be sending that with it, obviously, because you're going to need it. So. Oh, Douglas, that's hilarious. All right, we grab our mass storage device here and click next. We want to go to edit because we want to edit some stuff. I'm going to call this one JPP, or should we call it just push print? We'll call it JPP. JPP, nice, short, sweet, easy to get to. So we're going to name the host name JPP. Username and password. I always set these to Pi and Raspberry, just because. I'm not going to mess with any. Well, set local. It already sees it as Chicago. I'm not going to mess with that part. Services. We're going to enable SSH. Use password authentication, and then under the options, we don't need to worry about really any of that. We'll leave that as normal. But in here, the things are setting a host name. If you know what you want to name it, set the host name. Otherwise, it'll default to raspberry.local. Yeah, I can understand that. Scare off the deer, it messes up your whole hunting trip. But if you wanted to set up a different username and password for the login, now would be the time. And I usually just do the default, which is Pi and Raspberry. If you have an SSID that you want to put in there, now would be the time to set it up. If you don't have one yet, you can set it up later. Hold on. We're going to put in my Wi-Fi so I don't have to worry about getting an Ethernet to it. And I'm not really worried if you guys find out what my Wi-Fi name is. Hell, I don't even remember what my Wi-Fi is. Uh-oh. I know it's Maker My Nexus, but I can't remember how I did it. Uh-oh. Oh, okay. Ah, shit. There we go. Now we hit save. And then we hit, yes, apply OS optimization. Existing data will be wiped. Yes. All right, there we go. Now it's prepping to write opening drive. So we're going to let it do its thing here. And while it's doing its thing, I want to see what my daughter said. done. And there, an hour ago, my daughter responded. I didn't see it. Sets password to incorrect password. Yes, exactly. Password 123456. Bag of chips, you're still here. Yay! Honestly, bag of chips, you need to get a friend that also goes by bowl of dip. Then you got bag of chips and bowl of dip. Or French onion dip, my favorite. Yeah. So you got French onion dip hanging in there. Well, thank you. Thank you for hanging in, man. Greatly appreciated. Like I said, this part's going to be the longest part, which is the writing. When it goes to the verification part, I'll probably just cancel that because I don't need to verify it. Let's live dangerously and just send it. YOLO. Yes, I said YOLO. But, well, this part's doing its thing. Let me jump back over here. You guys can see it back there. You can see it's still doing stuff on that screen. No, so JPP, what I'll do is I'll go see if I can find the OG files for the rear mount kit. And then I will rear mount the electronics, Raspberry Pi and everything in the back. I'll also dig through my stuff and see if I can find, I used to have some buck converters that will mount inside there as well. So we can take the 24 volts in, drop that down to 5 volts to power the Pi. So then the Pi will, everything will run off the 24 volts right there. So that'll be nice. And then it'll all be kind of self-contained in the rear. And then I'll see if I can find the drawer kit, the drawer files again, to print the drawers for both sides on the front. So it'll have 4 drawers in the front. All the electronics will be tucked behind in a kit there. And then, yeah, it'll just kind of tidy everything up, kind of neaten everything up a little bit. Send my SSID, or oh, set your ID to neighbors suck. Yeah. I did for a while there have my I used to change the Wi-Fi name to weird stuff just to mess with people, you know, FBI surveillance van and get your own. That was my favorite, was get your own. But yeah, nothing super outrageous or wild. I didn't live super dangerous with my Wi-Fi names. Yeah. Ow, 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 ow. Hanging in. Do, 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 do. But yeah, so the goal, I would like to say that by next week, this printer is done and we start working on the backpack printer next week. Get the, start working on building the frame. And then ideally what I'd like to do is have it set up where I can interchange the printer that's in there and have it be big enough for smaller format printers. So if the day ever comes where I do get a positron, we can build a positron into it. Uh-oh, what do you got?
Now that's a treat, so get one and then I'm gonna go upstairs.
Oh.
It's a s'more taco.
It's a s'more taco?
Mm-hmm.
Ooh. S'mores taco. I'm going to eat a s'mores taco on stream to make everybody jealous.
It's like angel food or something.
Yeah, it's like an angel food cake wrapped with,
I don't know, fluffy stuff.
yeah, like marshmallow fluff and like chocolatey bits. There you go. Thank you.
If Jacqueline wants to go to my mom's, I'm just gonna send her with the Trailblazer and you can take the Explorer tomorrow and then I'll just wait for her to show up.
Or call your mom and repeatedly harass her till she wakes her up.
Yeah, I guess so.
Okay. Well, if she wants to go, she can
Maybe
take
that's good before I even try one.
Mmm.
Yes.
Terrible. You should leave him here.
They're stupid.
No, it's good.
Real good.
I'm sorry. Let me come over here and give you a smooch off
I
camera.
really don't feel good. Oh, I don't want yours.
Go lay down. You should. Yeah, I was gonna say you should take Chewbacca with you, but yeah, leave him out here.
No, because I'm gonna take some puppies upstairs and try to eat my dessert while they're
Mm-hmm. It's messy, but it is delicious. S'mores quesadilla a few minutes ago on Instagram. Oh man. Oh, JPP, did you find the files? All right. Is it Nadir or Nadir? Nadir? Is it Nadir? Just want to make sure I get it right. And thanks for coming and hanging out, man. Yeah, hope you gave me a sub and ring the bell, and when I go live, you'll know. Let's see. Click on this one. Go to site. That is the rear enclosure case fan for 240 millimeter case, two fans in the back. Yeah, there's that one. There's also the Teaching Tech one. That's the one that I originally did, was the Teaching Tech one. And then, yeah. Oh, that's just the double drawer on one side. I meant there's like actually where the electronics enclosure and that was, there was two of them. There's a kit. You're talking about the double drawers that actually slide in on the sides. Okay. I was talking about the one that replaces the electronics enclosure on the front. Shannon, what's going on? I look like got a little bit of stuff on my face. May have something to do with this giant, like, s'mores taco. Mmm. So Nadir. Okay. I'm going to look at this one, JPP, while I'm waiting for that to finish. The double drawers, yeah. And then there's one, oh, okay. L plus R. Not for pro version. Yeah, that's what we need. Perfect. All right. I will leave this open so that I remember to come back to this. Close this. Close this. Come back here to this. Nope. There we go. 81% writing still. Yeah, the side drawers. I just looked at the title. Yeah. Damn. This is a lot. Had she like waited, I would have let her take the rest of this because believe it or not, I'm still full. I'm trying to pack this thing in. Oof. You do it. What's up, brother? Hope you are doing well. We are currently getting the Raspberry Pi OS image written to an SD card so that we can stick it in the Raspberry Pi and get Clipper installed on the Raspberry Pi. Yes, ma'am.
Do you need anything out of the car?
No, I have everything I need out of the car ready. No, that's not true. My laptop bag. I'll meet you at the gate. If you just grab it, it's in the back seat. I'll meet you at the gate. You can hand it to me. I gotta grab my laptop bag. It's always good if it makes a mess, right? Give me a second, guys. It's still writing. Let me go back to the right screen so you can see that while I step off for a minute. Oh my God, this thing is a lot. Ugh. Oh, it's verifying OS. Should we cancel it and live dangerous? Let's live dangerous. Cancel verification. Finalize the SD card. Let's go. I'm trying to get through this. There's no safe place to set this down in my office. All right. Raspberry Pi OS 64-bit has been written to mass storage device. Continue. Close that. Grab out SD card. Put SD card in Raspberry Pi. And then before I power it up, let's switch over to capture card. Let's power cycle capture card just to make sure. Okay. Power cycle capture card. Capture card is cycling of the powers. Now let's power cycle power cycle Raspberry Pi. There we go. Now let's just watch for something to happen. Oh, TV came on. Signal should be coming through. Maybe. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Hold on. I'm realizing it says no source found. Give me a second. Click here. Deactivate. Activate. There it is. Yay! I saw it. You can see me right here. Look at that. Raspberry Pi loading. Woohoo! All right. Oh, mister. You can't have this. You can't eat this, mister. Don't eat that. Don't take it. No, don't eat that. Bad dog, Chewbacca. Bad doggy. Feel better now? Was it good stuff? Must be, because you're salivating like crazy. All right. Once we get this part installed, then it's just a matter of get the IP address. Oh, that's going to be a fun one. Actually, we don't need the IP address. Just need to know that it's JPP. JPP.local. There we go. Powered by Raspberry Pi OS 64-bit. All right. Doing good in Jersey? Sweet. I always forget you're in Jersey. I don't know why I forget that, but I'm glad you're doing good, sir. Will this video stay on your channel so that you can watch it again later? Bag of chips? Yes, it will. So you can go through this part here and be bored along with me and then skim through to the important parts for you. But basically, take Raspberry Pi, install Raspberry Pi OS, boot up. It is telling me that I am currently using, oh, there's the IP address. 192.168.065. Yes. So we have Wi-Fi and we have password, or we have IP. Now we need to switch back to the right screen. I need to load up Putty. And from here, since we gave it one, jpp.local, and hit enter. And look at that. Came right up. We'll hit accept. We'll type Pi and Raspberry and give it a second. Maybe. There we go. All right. We're in. Let me do this real quick. Hold on a second. Let's click here. Let's go to change settings, appearance, change font. Let's jack that all the way up to 18. Let's make it big and hit apply. Bam! Easier for you guys to see now. You haven't used Putty in such a long time. Mr. Cassell, good to see you, brother. Hope you're doing well. But here we go. First thing to do, sudo apt update. We want to update all of the apps. So we give this part a minute. Then we do an upgrade. This part might take a while. But every time you do this, they tell you should do this. So sudo apt upgrade, and I do attack Y, which means yes. So it will automatically say yes to anything and just install it. We need to do sudo apt auto remove. So when we're done, it just told us there real quick to do a sudo apt auto remove. So when we're done, or when it's done, we'll do sudo apt auto remove and move on. It's already at 10% now, so that's a good thing. You've been using terminal built into Windows now to SSH. Yeah, definitely do that. That works too. I just like Putty. I've gotten so used to it, I just pull it up and use Putty. But yeah, that's just me. Ooh. So by the time we're done, we should have Clipper installed on this, on the Pi. Hopefully we create the firmware, and then I will look around for a small set of jumper wires. Oh, wifey's calling. Hold on. Yes, dear. Okay, well, as soon as I finish this, I will be in and I will take care of that for you, okay? Okay, love you. Bye, hon. Loving wifey smashed her thumb in the car door. And her one thumb doesn't bend right at the moment. So she, you use VNC a lot? Yeah. VNC is nice. Yes, most of them are older, so it is nice to see something newer and more current. So this will be parts that you'll fast forward through when you watch the video after. But wifey hurt her thumb. She can't bend her thumb. So it's hard to take off certain undergarments. So she was just calling to inform me that my services are going to be required. Should have told you guys to go to hell and ran in the house, but I'm committed to the cause. Damn you animalistic tendencies. We're already at 90%, 91%. Oh, look at that. It's downloading the Pi EEPROM too. Sweet. Our Pi Connect. Don't really need VLC because we're not going to use it, but it's doing it because it's installed in the package. Free the tatas. Yes, that would be the case. Hey, don't forget you guys can also do like super chats, super chats and stickers and stuff too if you want. That helps the channel. So if you're using Google Rewards, if you guys do the Google Rewards thing, if you have Android, and you use that to get Google Play money, you can use that Google Play money to send me super chats and stuff. So it's free money for you because you just answered a survey and got free money, and then you can send me rewards or you can send me super chats and stuff that way, and it doesn't cost you anything. And we basically just tell Google to give it to me. All right, app list reading changes. This part shouldn't take too long. That was actually pretty quick. We just gotta wait for it to finish reading the log. Extracting templates and packages, pre-configuring packages. This part might take a minute because now it's going to go through the process of doing everything. So we'll see how long this takes. Prepping, unpacking. Yeah, 1%. This might be another 10, 20 minutes. Maybe longer. Boy, I hope not. But we will do this. All right, we're at 2%. If this is going to take too long, guys, we may wrap this. And then tomorrow's Wednesday. Wednesday is a good day because I play World of Warcraft. Yes, I do. I haven't played in for so long, and I don't really play seriously. I'm more of like a lone player. I get in and I level my characters and don't really... I have one guild I'm a member of, and I haven't been active in the guild in forever. I thought they would have kicked me by now, but they haven't. Kaiwa in drill sergeant voice. I can't I can't. But we're at 9%, so it's going pretty quick. We'll let it keep going. Let's say worst case scenario, we we'll see how this goes. If it takes a while and it's drawing out, we can stop here. I'll leave it as it sits, go in the house, get ready for bed, do my thing, wake up, go to work tomorrow, get off of work, come home, stream again tomorrow and pick up from here. But I want to keep this going in one stream. So fingers crossed. If nothing else, maybe I'll make a video installing Clipper. At least getting the Pi side of Clipper set up, and then walking through how to also get the firmware set up based on whatever board you're going to be using. So paying attention to your board and what you need. The cool part is there's a lot of like templates already out there, so it's just knowing where to find the templates, and that's something I can include in there, and that's something we'll go through because we'll steal the template for Clipper for the E3 the E3 V2. We'll steal the template file and then mod that for what we need. I doubt it'll be undone, or it'll be done unpacking. Damn. My sinuses are jacked. Farmers are tearing down fields and ugh. Besides, I might wear myself out running in there. I might end up passing out on you guys. Then you guys be sitting here just watching this, wondering if I'm ever coming back. Bear in mind, if you don't need the if you don't need the graphical interface, the reason I install it with the graphical interface is because if you install Clipper Screen, it's already in there. Like a graphical interface is already in there for Clipper Screen, so it's not so bad. And JPP, if you acquire a touchscreen for the Clipper Screen, I'll make sure to install that now. And then that way, all you got to do is just plug in the screen, whether it be using a Pi screen that uses the ribbon cable, or if you use a HDMI 5 or something like that that has the HDMI and a USB. So it'll be set up and ready to go. All you have to do is just plug in the screen and print whatever mount you want to use, and then mount the screen however you want to mount it. So I'll make sure that's ready to rock and roll. So unpacking firmware for different network drivers right now. The Arthos, the BRCM, firmware miscellaneous non-free. So any miscellaneous non-free firmwares. The Realtek. But yeah, Clipper Install and Upgrade Helper is a wonderful tool. While it's doing that, let's actually go to the website. KIAUH. Just Google it. First thing on the screen is the GitHub for the Clipper Install and Upgrade Helper. Click there. Scroll down. This already tells you what we've already done. Select other OS. They picked the light variant, which you can do that. We could have did that. It's 0.4. But we went with the big boy. Doesn't matter. And then this is where it tells you to do the apt update, and then it does an apt get. They do apt get. Apt and apt get are pretty much the same thing. I just like using app instead of apt get. And then after that, your next step is going to be to make sure that you have download the Clipper into the home directory. So you do this cd tilde double ampersand git clone, and then the git. So you basically just copy this one. And then we come back here and see that we're at 34%. So we went up 34% in about 10 minutes. So that's not too terrible. Roughly 30 minutes to do all it. Fluid themes. Ooh, you want me to install Fluid instead of Mainsail? I can install Fluid instead of Mainsail if that's what you want. I theme mainsail stuff. So like for instance, this guy. Ready? We go to Hulk. This is mainsail, and I theme this one. Look at that. Hulk right here. Hulk right there in the background. Yeah. Boom. There you go. There's the Hulk. So I theme this one all out. Kind of. I cheat. I do like theme hackery, but it works. So yeah, that's really all that matters. But so I did this one, and it's all mainsail. But if you want fluid, I'll install fluid on it, man. You just tell me. If that's what you prefer, that's what I'll give you. This is going to be for you, and you're going to be the one dealing with the person you're giving it to. So that's fine. Nope, we'll do fluid, bud. I can work with fluid. It may not have a theme on it. You may have to play around with that yourself, but we'll at least get fluid installed tonight then instead of mainsail. Not a big deal. I can work with either one. I just like and prefer mainsail. Thanks to the Voron guys, I kind of got used to, mainsail. So I learned a little bit more in mainsail than I did fluid, but no shame in your game, bro. Yeah, you just decide and let me know for sure when we cross that bridge. We got some time. Killer Prince, brother, what's going on? It's a shame I couldn't make it to 3D Printopia and meet you. Wait. No. Yeah. Weren't you were at 3D Printopia, right? That was you I kept seeing in pictures, right? Right? Will you come to my house and install fluid? I mean, I can. I mean, you gonna pay to get me there? Oh, you didn't go to Printopia. Okay. Then who was I seeing? Oh, it was Printed Visions. That's right. Sorry, bud. Sorry. Yeah. He killer. Yeah. You say go ahead and do mainsail since the themes are easier on that one too. Yeah. Yeah, it's easier to go through there. Oh, hey, killer. Yeah. So how was Killer Prince today? Are we killing Prince? We're just doing a we're gonna update the Raspberry Pi, and then we're gonna install a Clipper on that. We're using the Clipper install and upgrade helper. And once we get that done, we've got everything installed that we need installed. Then we're going to create the firmware for a mini E3 V2, and we're going to set it up for UART Connect. Yeah, we're doing UART. Because the E3 V2 board that I have over here has a busted off USB port, so can't use USB, so we're going to go UART. Make it happen. You need to look for Jeep themes or pictures for the theme. Yeah. Find some pictures, send them to me, and I will just, send them and I'll do it. About halfway through your all-wheel drive Trident build, jerk. Rub it in that you got a Trident. I don't even care if it's an all-wheel drive Trident. If somebody wants to sponsor a Trident for me, I would love you. If it's an all-wheel drive Trident, that's cool too. I don't care. But I would prefer it to be a 300 or larger. Again, I am a size queen when it comes to my printers. So she's big on Jeeps and uses her Jeep to promote the youth center and classes. Nice, man. Yeah, we can definitely do something with Jeeps. Find some sweet Jeep photos or, something like that. If she's got some sweet Jeep photos on her Facebook or something of hers, there you go. Actually, it's a 2.5 Trident, 2 times 350s. Nice. Sweet. But yeah, I still want a Trident. I had a 2.4. It was nice. I like it. I have my switch wire right there. It's awesome. I love it. The 2.4 was only a 250. That's too small. I'm sorry. But when it comes to like Vorons, with the exception of the V0. Yeah, I think when it comes to like the 2.4 and the Trident, they should be at least a 300. 350 would be better. I would definitely like a 350, I'm not going to lie. Be nice to have a larger build volume like that for a printer. Yeah, who knows? Maybe I'll get lucky and I'll find somebody on the Facebook Marketplace that's near me that has a 300 or a 350 Trident or whatever. Well, Killer Prince, I'm in Illinois. So, oh, we did find an error there. Okay. Not a big deal when that happens. First, let's go back over here and let's do the sudo. Uh-oh. Did the Pi get mad and kill itself? It looks like it did. Okay. Not a big deal. We'll just give it a minute and see what happens. Oh, bus error. Okay. We ran into a bus error. There it goes. Okay. Now we can come back here, click on here, and go to restart session. And we'll see if it comes back. We can get through this, guys. It's not a big deal. Okay. We're going to restart. Well, the Raspberry Pi is still doing something. The light is still flashing. We'll give it a few. We'll come back to it. But yeah, Killer Prince, I'm in Illinois. I don't know how far away you are from Illinois, but if it's one of those meet you halfway or come to you and get it or figure out how maybe people in chat will sponsor the shipping costs so you can get it to me, whatever. Brother, you want to get me a Trident, I will finish building a Trident and it will sit back there and be like, oh. You had a hell of a time trying to get mainsail clipper on your Doron Velta last week. Oh, brother, I wish, like, where are you at? Because I wish you were closer. That's all I'm going to say. I wish you were closer. Because I would be more than happy to come help you with this stuff. I do better in person when it comes to, like, helping people than I do, like, trying to talk them through it in chat. But I would definitely do my best. Because, and if you were comfortable with allowing a remote session, I mean, could even do something like that. Oh, you're all the way out in Palmdale. That's right. Shit. My sister-in-law was just out there visiting family with her kids. My sister-in-law is from California. She's from Southern California. I can't remember exactly where. I feel bad. But she moved here like 8-9 years ago to be with my brother, and they got married, and yeah. Hey, if anybody wants to sponsor the shipping from Palmdale, California to Central Illinois, if somebody wants to cover that shipping, hit up Killer Prince. He'll get it here, and then I will build it on stream. And Killer Prince, just so you know, I'm going to name the printer Killa, because that's just badass. It's Killa. But yeah, if anybody wants to help him rehome it to me and help me acquire a Trident, I would be very grateful. You just moved there? Yeah. I know very little about California. I know she's from like Southern California. I just don't remember down what's down there. I don't pay, not to sound like I'm being a dick. I just don't care for California. Just don't. It's a place I'll visit, but I don't necessarily want to stay there, you know. All right, we'll do, man. We'll do. I'll reach out to you and we'll figure something out. I'm poor as hell. I guess, well, we got some time to kill here. Let me first see if it's woke itself back up yet. So let's get into Putty. It is occasionally flickering and flashing, so let's go to JPP and hit enter. Both should work. Nope, see, it's still having doesn't want to cooperate, so we're going to unplug it. Kill the power and plug it back in. Give it a reboot. It is a bit toasty. I have to make sure whatever we do to it, we get some kind of cooling on it, you know? That's how you feel about Ohio? You know what I call, or not Ohio, Iowa? You know what I call Iowans? Iowa, short for idiots out wandering around. I know, very original. You'll be in Vegas in January, but that's as far west as you go. Yeah, like I said, nothing against a lot of the people from California, but a lot of the people from California make it hard to want to go there. Cost of everything is just ridiculous. So I feel for you, Killer Prince, man. You are I am poor living where I am, and I'm living in a pretty reasonable place. So if I'm poor there, I hope you're doing well in California. That's all I'm saying. I hope you are doing well, good sir. And if you are not, I feel for you, brother. I really do. But let's see if this thing is coming back to life. Let's flip to the capture card and see if we have anything coming up. Ruh-roh, Reggie. Nothing is coming up. Uh-oh. Come on. Give me anything. Let's unplug HDMI and plug it back in and just see if maybe something didn't get acknowledged. The screen went dark and then lit up, but it isn't showing anything. Anyone going to Vice this weekend? Nope. Sorry, brother. Going to any of the conventions, cons, anything like that right now is not on the table. I wish so. It'd be fun. I think I have a sneeze coming, guys. My sinuses, like I said. Chew, what are you doing, bud? You want to say hi to the internet? Come here. Come say hi to the internet. Did I brick the pie? I very well could have. It could have happened. And all we were doing was updates. So if it bricked it, updating it, that's a problem. Come on, bud. Come on. Come here. Come here. Ready? Up. There we go. There we go, big guy. Yeah. Here's my big bad blue healer. Here, let me jump to this camera. There we go. See, here's my big bad blue healer, Chewbacca. He's a big killer, huh? You a big vicious puppy? You're my lap dog, huh? Do I ever teach, like, I can give you a basic rundown, Douglas. It's easy. Give me a second to put big guy down. PLAs for pretty much everything that's not going to be out in the elements. PLA will work for a lot of things. But it doesn't have the temperature resistance. It doesn't have the UV resistance. So putting it outside, not a good thing. But like your basic stuff, PLA is fine for. Around the house, you can get away with doing PLA prints. PETG is going to be better, more of a durable plastic. So things around the house, again, a little better UV, a little bit better UV. So, not great, but better. So if you do something outside with it, it might be something good for, regular stuff. You have PETG and ABS. Well, you're set. PLA is a great filament because it prints easy. It's easy to work with, but it's not necessarily a good structural material. ABS is going to be a better structural material overall. It can give you better UV resistance. So sitting out in direct sun won't be as big a problem. PLA basic stuff from Creality. Okay. ABS is going to need an enclosure. Yes, that is one thing with ABS. You do want to print it in an enclosure, and make sure you print it in some kind of a ventilated area, because the off-gassing that ABS gives can be very unsettling. And some people that I know in the community have gotten the ABS poisoning or whatever it's called. So be mindful of the fumes. Yes. But all in all, PETG is going to be, since that's what you have, and some PLA basic. PLA for pretty much anything around the house, knickknacks, miscellaneous things you do, PLA should be fine for it. If you find that it breaks, print it in PETG. keep going, you know. But yeah. Yoda Morg fan. Nice. Well, hey, should be more than enough to move the air and get that out of there. But you're going to want to make sure that you have ABS in some kind of an enclosure. A lot of guys, if you don't have an enclosed printer, what they'll do is they'll either grab like the thicker foam insulation board and just that and some like bamboo skewers and just stab it together and make an enclosure and just set it over the top of your printer. It's very, very like jerry-rigged, but it works. You get guys that'll take like a big garbage bag and put it over the printer when they're printing with ABS. That can work too. You're heavy into aviation, so ABS on those parts. Yeah, I would recommend printing them. If you're doing like airplane models and stuff, PLA would probably work, but the longer you use it, the more brittle it's going to become. ABS is going to give you more durability. PETG would even probably work for that stuff if it's all like models and stuff like that, models, RC. But real aviation, yeah, you're going to want to use ABS. And I don't know what parts you're printing, but you know. Your PET G carbon fibers, those are good. Just closing off the room, opening the window with the fan. Yeah, yeah. If you have an open fan, if you have a window open and a fan sucking the air out of the room, you should be fine. Yeah, you just don't want to be like right over the top of the printer. When I print ABS in here, I print it in that guy, and usually my office door, which is right here, you can't see, is always open to help pull the air out of the office. There have been a couple of times I've been in here printing ABS and I just had to leave and let it print, and when it was done, come back in. Because the fumes just got to be a bit much. So ASA is another alternative to ABS. Gives you the same strength, but it's easier to print. So, or very similar properties to ABS. So you can get away with ASA. ASA tends to not off gas or not give off a noxious fume as much, but it still has a little odor to it. So you may notice that when you're printing ASA, but I've printed ASA in here on the switch wire without issues. All right. Well, where did it go? There is a 3B. It's not a 3B plus, but it's a 3B floating around here somewhere. Let's, since this doesn't seem to want to cooperate, let's pull this out, pull out the SD card, stick the SD card back in. We'll reboot it again and just see what happens. Let's try rebooting this thing again. It would really anger me because this was working not that long ago. The acknowledge light is flickering, but nothing is coming up. Could have corrupted the SD card. You are right. That's going to be so much fun to have to rewrite that and go through all that time again. All right. Well, let me see if I got another SD card up here. Something 32 gigs. Here's a SanDisk 32. Let's rewrite the OS. Go figure. Just when you think things are going to go good, they don't. All right. Well, let's reload the Raspberry Pi imager. Raspberry Pi imager. There we go. Open. I'm not going to show you guys this again. And actually, for the sake of making this go faster, I am going to choose other Raspberry Pi images and do the light version this time. That way it just goes faster. Put it on there, click next, edit settings, JPP Pi, got the password in there, making my Nexus with my ID, remembered all that from last time, SSH enabled, there we go, save, and yes. All right, so I am going to use the light version this time, blow on it. All right, hold on. Nope, didn't do anything. It worked with the Nintendo cartridges back in the day. Yeah, this is already 3% written, 4%. So, yeah, we'll use the light version for this. And when we go to install Clipper Screen, it'll just ask me to pick a uh, desktop manager. Can you pull the SD card from the Pi on the Mercury and see if it boots the Pi 3B? Therefore, otherwise, SD card. I'm just going to rewrite it. I don't want to necessarily play around with that because if there is something wrong with the Pi, I don't want it to potentially screw up your SD card. So if I screw up two of mine, not a big deal. Ever seen Mainsail not fully installed using Clipper install? Yeah, we're going to do that tonight. Yep. We're going to do that tonight, Killa. I got you, man. I got you. We're going to make that happen tonight. We're going to do that. That's what's hemming you up. Oh, I got you, man. We're going to do that tonight. How's an Atari cartridge like me? We both get old as fuck and work better if you blow on us. Yes, Douglas. Yes. Not to sound rude, ignorant, or mean, and this is not meant to be a sexist thing so that I cover all the bases, but all men work better when you blow on them. Just saying. And if you didn't think that was funny, well, it was nice having you. Does it let you update menu and I think it's number 5. Yeah, JPP, Killer Prince, we're getting there, guys. Just bear with me. We're at 33%. Worst case scenario, I've got the Raspberry Pi 3B and I have a wireless USB adapter. We can plug that into it and get Wi-Fi to it. Speaking of, I say I have one, but let's make sure I have one that's not plugged into something. Because shit, they're not my little USB. Wait, what is this? Is this one of the Wi-Fi's? No, it's not. I don't think so. Somewhere I have a wireless adapter. Hold on, let me check some totes. I still have stuff from Rocky Mountain I haven't put away. Or, yeah, Rocky Mountain Flash West. Got one. Hey, guess what it's plugged into? Look at this. Look what it's plugged into. Look. The Fry La Frite. And there's the USB dongle, or the Wi-Fi dongle. So, bam. We got that if we need it. We'll put that in the Raspberry Pi 3. Or 3B. If we need to. Do y'all fish? I have not fished since I was a little boy with my grandpa. My grandpa had a stroke and went to a nursing home, lived there till he was 94 years old. Then he went over the Rainbow Bridge, as they say, and have not really fished since. But as I'm getting older and I'm about to be a grandpa myself, for anybody who's new to the channel or has not heard, my second oldest son and his girlfriend have let us know that we will be grandparents sometime in either April or May. So April, May-ish, we're going to be grandparents. Don't know the sex yet, and we don't have an official due date yet. She's got a doctor's appointment coming up, and we'll find out. A fishing trip is long overdue. Agreed, sir. Agreed. At some point, I'm going to have to just get some poles, get some tackle, get my ass out to, a lake, a pond, somewhere. Throw a pole in the water and just catch some fish. So. You're making some skeleton middle finger bass lures? Nice. But I guess while we're waiting for this to finish, let me tell you guys a story. So a lot of you guys know that I work as an IT, or I work IT for a public school. I've been there for 8 years, and in 8 years, I make about as much in my 12 months of employment per year uh, as a teacher fresh out of college does that works 9 months out of the year. So that and some of the stresses from that and the fact that I would go to work and there were streams where I would tell you guys, and it was legit, that the tank's on empty and I need to get to work. Payday's not for a while. And you guys would hit up the Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, send me money and say, put gas in the tank, get your ass to work. And I was very thankful for that. And I still am. Well, those stresses of the financial woes and the stresses that came from that, just from work, I couldn't leave them there because they were stresses that were following me home or were causes of stress at home. Sam and I are a very, very strong couple. There wasn't a worry that we weren't going to make it. We're going to fight to the end together. But it was just, it's hard, worrying about, can we keep the house? And a lot of you guys know my furnace has been broke for 2 years. For 2 years, I haven't had a furnace. So when winter hits, we run out of space heaters. Space heaters mean about $1,000 a month in power usage. That's a lot. So there's that stress because we can't afford to fix the furnace because there's no money in the savings account. There's no money to be had. All credit cards are maxed out. Any personal loans we can get are going to be secured loans with things we don't have for dollar amounts that we don't have in the ability to secure. So we were up shit creek, basically. We didn't have any money. We couldn't afford to fix anything around the house. My car's been broke down for 6 months because I can't afford to fix it. Our washing machine went out on us probably in the last year. So we've been either hand washing clothes or taking them to friends and family or going to the laundromat. The furnace is a gas furnace. I have a story there, so just hang tight. But all these stresses were adding up. And I told the superintendent about 2 weeks ago that December 31st, give him long enough, that was going to be my last day and that I was going to go sling burgers at a place 10 minutes from my house for less pay, but there was going to be, less pay, but I was closer to home, less wear and tear on the vehicles. So even less pay, it would still at least give me more time with the family and still be in the same financial situation. My thought was, but my thought in this was, he was going to tell me, well, it's been nice having you. We'll get somebody in here. You can train them up and you can go on. That was my thought. That's what I thought was going to be the conversation. To my shock, the superintendent asked me what my number was to stay. I'm not going to talk money. I'm not going to talk what I said and what he said, but I gave him a number that I thought was fair. I knew it was probably going to be more than I could get, but I thought it was fair for what I've done, for where I've brought that building in the 8 years I've been there. When I started there, we were not a one-to-one school. Our network did not have the ability to support being a one-to-one network or a one-to-one school. Our camera system, even though it was new, was not up to par for what we needed. So since I've been there, I upgraded the network, got us up to something that could handle a one-to-one network. We have one-to-one units for each one of the kids. So each kid in that school has a Chromebook. We have Chromebooks in abundance now too. We have extra Chromebooks that we're going to be pushing out to the younger grades because they tend to be a little less violent on them. Their new units, we're going to get them pushed out to them. And then the units that they have that are still in good condition, we're going to bring in. One's close to end of life. I'll pull those out, take them out of my network, and then we'll probably do something with those. But then I said, like, network upgrade, camera system upgrade. We did a door system upgrade. We have encrypted fobs to get into the building now, so nobody can just scan a fob and walk in. I got all my staff members new laptops 2 years ago. So I've done a lot for that school in the 8 years I've been there. I still have 2 things left to do. One of them is a phone system upgrade because the FCC said that copper wire is no longer a necessity. So phone companies, telecom, is no longer worrying about the old copper line. They're pushing everybody over to digital now. So guess what? We conveniently are located in a place where they're going to have high-speed Ethernet running out of town, but it's still going to be about 2 miles from our school. So we're still stuck on the old copper line. The old copper line is going away. So what do? So now I've been in the process of getting phone companies or VoIP systems to come in and give me quotes. I've got 1 meeting I already had, 2 more meetings to go. Anyway, I'm working on getting the phone system upgraded. And other than the phone system, there was a problem with our fiber between one end of the building and the other. That had to do with the age of the fiber and the higher speed network not being able to, we were at the max end of that, and it was causing some issues. So I've got a company coming out that's going to replace that fiber. And in the process, we're going to shorten the load by putting another drop in the middle. So long story, back to the point. I gave him a number, knew it was going to be high-ish. I didn't think it was unfair. I figured that is what I want. Couple, like I said, a week or so goes by. He and I talk again. And I said, this number is my absolute low. By doing that, I am going to be getting a raise. The raise, it's got to go in front of the board. The board has to sign off on it. In order to get me the raise for the number that I wanted was going to be a $10+ an hour raise. Do you realize how hard it is to convince someone to give you a $10 an hour raise? That's very hard. I don't care what business you're in when you're paid hourly and you're going to, try and convince a group of people who are, their whole goal is to make sure the financials are in place, and you got one employee that you want to give a $10+ an hour raise to. It's hard to do, and I get that. So we talked, and it's going to be less than $10, but more than $5, and closer to $10 than it is to $5. We'll put it that way. So that is where I'm hoping to be. That will put me in a better place. Let's just say my paychecks will increase by about, my take home will be about $700 more per paycheck. But bear in mind, I now have a mountain of debt that I have been creating over the last at least 3 years that I will hopefully be able to start digging myself out of. So that won't be until the 15th, which means I won't see that until probably November 1st. So November 1st would be the first paycheck I should be the first paycheck I'll see that will have my raise on it. I hope that it's not going to be November 15th, because technically the pay period starts on the 16th. So hopefully they'll go back for the entire month of October on that. I'm hoping that I can get the superintendent to get that okayed. But if not, it'll be November before I see the raise that I would be getting. So that's going to help. That's going to help take a load off. Now, back to the furnace. My parents are not in a great place either, but my parents are in a place where they can help. And the way they're going to help is they already have a loan out. They're going to refinance that loan. And take out the extra for two purposes. One, to replace my furnace. And two, they have a tree that needs to come down. So I told them that because I know the raise is coming, it may not be, right away, but as soon as the raise comes, I would give them, a couple $100 a month towards the loan payment to help out for their kindness of making sure we have a furnace this winter. So fingers crossed, guys, that my raise comes through and my parents' loan comes through. So cross your fingers for me, please. That's all I'm asking. Just cross your fingers. I'm not asking you to send me money, but if you want to, feel free. I'm just going to probably end up giving that money to Killer Prince to get that trident here, because damn, I want to try it. And it's going to be named Killa. I'm just telling you right now, because if he's going to be willing to send me a half-built trident to finish building, and Killa, I don't know if you're still here, but did you say it was a 300 or a 350? I don't remember. I think you said it was a 350, but I want to make sure, because if it's a 350, oh, brother, oh, you're going to make my day. I just got to figure out how to get that from you. That's all I'm saying. I just got to figure out how to get that from you. Hell, right now I'm actually kind of like, I just need to go get it from you, like drive out to California. I don't want to go to California, but I want to try it that badly that I will drive to California to get it. Okay, new SD card. Let's go back to capture card. Let's power off Raspberry Pi. Let's pull out SD card. Let's put in SD card. Let's plug in power. Okay. You guys are seeing the screen as I am seeing it. We are booting. Must be a corrupted SD card. We'll find out, though. We will find out. Here we go. All right. Polymaker giveaway tonight or next stream. It'll be next stream, JPP. So, guys, come back next stream, which will probably be tomorrow. I'm sorry, I didn't get it set up, and I kind of ADHD'd and got ahead of myself. So, sorry. Don't be mad. I will verify with Polymaker and see if we can give away several rolls, since I haven't in a few weeks again. And I'll see if they'll let me give away, like 3 or 4 rolls, because I know it's been probably 3 or 4 weeks at least. And then JPP, I'll also reach out to him. Can you, I'll go back through my email or my messages and see if I can find that code, and I will let them know that it took you guys a little longer, and see if they can either send you a new code or something. You know what I mean? Because you guys have to resubmit probably, but I'll reach out to them. I know they're kind of getting their 3D Printopia bearings back in place. So I did email Joel recently. So once I hear back from him on that, I'll also bring up the other side of it. All right. Oh, okay. So I think once this comes back up, I think I'm going to try and skip the apt update. We'll see if we can install it without doing that, just to be safe. And actually, since we're using the light version, it shouldn't have all that crap in it, so we should be okay. All right. Okay. All right. Okay. I'm going to pull this over here. There we go. We're at the login screen. Let's go to appearance, change, bump that font up to 18. Let's bump it up to 20. Let's live dangerously. And then let's go back to session here. Let's type JPP and hit enter. Ta-da! All right, accept. There we go. Pi, Raspberry, enter. Give it a minute. All right. Control V. Oh, no, not Control V. It's left click. Yeah, we broke it. Middle click. Hold on. Copy. We may have to, since we did light, we may have to make sure we install Git. It's not copying over like I want it to. Okay. Well, here, copy. We gotta install Git. There we go. Okay. Let's make sure Git is installed. Since we did the light version, we need to make sure Git is installed. Right click, yeah, right click in the square. You got to right click on the square. But here we go. We're installing Git right now. It's doing the update first on the app repositories. 98%. And then after that, it'll go on to JPP. Is it just you left? Who all's here? Guys, it says there's 15 concurrent viewers. Could you guys do me a favor? Just say something in chat real quick, just to let me know who's here. Even if you just click like a random letter, I don't care. I want to know who all's still here watching. And I am thankful for you. And I do apologize that my rambling there for a minute might have deterred you, but thank you. Bag of chips. Thank you. Boing. Chris Travis is not here. Okay. Well, that Chris Travis guy doesn't ever come around anymore. I miss him. He was a good dude. I wish he'd come back. Roger. What's up, Roger? Roger. I see Roger is a ham radio guy. Sweet. Roger, let me ask you a question. Since I see I'm pretty sure that's your call sign, right? You're stoned as F. Yeah, you got to be to watch me, man. That's the only way you can keep up. Lurking, multitasking, yeah. Okay, so Roger, let me ask you a question. As a guy who doesn't have his ham radio license and knows very little about ham, how hard would it be for a guy with ADHD and a really hard ability to focus? How hard would it be for me to get my ham radio license? Because it is something I have thought about. Nate's here, but who knew, right? Who knew Nate would be here? All right, that's installed. The next step, we got to clone the repository in Git. So copy, come back here, right click again, hit enter. Now it's cloning the repository and it's done. Now the only thing that's left to do is copy this last command. And to anybody who was wondering, here it is. This is how hard it is to install Clipper on a Raspberry Pi. Boom. This is going to load. Hopefully. There we go. Would you like to try out? Oh, they're getting ready to release 6. Oh, yes, I do. Yes, I do. Wait a minute. Hold on. Guys, I really want to try 6 and I really want to help you. Can I try 6? I can do it just the one time. Try 6 just to see what's different. And then we can always come back to it. But what do you think? Should we try 6? JPP, this will be on your device. So you want to roll with 6, man? Should I say yes and remember this choice for next time? Ever used Net SDR? No, I haven't. Or NTL SDR? Nope. Sure, I mess with 6 is for LOL. Live dangerously. All right, so we'll do a yes. Remember it for next time. Number 3, option 3. Here we go. Y'all see the pie screen? Or all we see is the pie screen. Oh shit! I'm sorry. There we go. Sorry. There we go. All right. So here it is. So now they're saying that 6.0.0 Alpha 1 is available now. So if I hit 3, that's going to say yes and remember the choice for next time. Software defined radio. Yeah, I have not played around with that, Douglas. Maybe I should get into that a little bit and see. But here we go. 3. Boom. All right. Ooh, doesn't look much different. A little bit, All right. So the first thing we want to do is installs because we need to install packages and files and things. So we're going to do 1 for install and hit enter. And of course we want to install Clipper because we need Clipper. And then we're going to tell it 1 is the default. So if we don't hit anything, we just hit enter. It'll do 1 instance, which is fine because we only want 1 instance. Let me go back here for a minute. You can install many instances, which means many different printers running off of one device. But understand, the older the piece of technology you're using and the more devices you throw at it, the harder it's going to work that device. So as a safety precaution, if you do not know what it is capable of, and this is something you are going to be using as a primary device, one is always a good number. Pies and pie equivalents are fairly inexpensive compared to potentially ruining some important prints if you're doing this as a business and making money. So, yeah, I would say do 1, 2 tops. It's like 2 printers, 2 webcams, 4 USB ports. That's what a Pi has. 2 would be good, but in this case, since this is for 1 printer going to 1 person, and I don't want to overwhelm this poor Pi and have it choking on itself, we're going to tell it 1, which is the default. So back to the right screen. Just because I'm a guy who likes to do that, I'm going to type 1 and hit enter. Create an example config. Sure, you guys will notice, for those who are not Linux savvy, the Y is capitalized, the N is lowercase, which means if I just hit enter, it is going to select the default setting of yes. So we'll hit enter. It is now going to grab the Clipper files from the clone repository. As you can see, it's cloning the repository. So it's automatically going out, grabbing the Clipper stuff, pulling it in, bringing it in, and getting it ready for the install. Then it will go through the install process and pull Clipper in and get it installed. With Clipper, you need to make sure that Clipper is installed and Moonraker, because Moonraker is the API that allows the web interfaces like Mainsail and whatnot to talk to Clipper directly, which makes life easy for you. We have an unexpected error though. Clipper installed to fail, or failed to install. Let's try 1 enter. We'll do 1 enter. We'll tell it no this time, just to see if it had anything to do with that. I don't know that it did. It very well could have just been when it was trying to pull it in, it corrupted or something. But let's see what happens this time. We really don't need an example config because we're going to pull from the examples folder the config for the Mini E3 V2. There is a example config available once we're done. There's a whole list of example files. So really, we don't need that example config. So hopefully this will work. Seems to be going along a little smoother now. But yeah, Roger, thank you for coming and hanging out. That's the first time I've seen you that I recall. I could be wrong, but thank you, sir. I hope you're finding some value in this. And I know it's hard to follow along with a guy with ADHD who's in his mid-40s now. I am legitimately mid-40. At least for a couple more months, then I'll be on the far side of the mid-40s. But I do thank you. And I hope that if you're getting some value from this, you consider subbing to the channel, because subs are free. Everybody loves free. It's weird saying the YouTuber things that I watch other streamers say. It's always weird to me, because I don't consider myself to be any kind of like a streamer. I'm just a jackass with a webcam and a microphone. Laura and Mesh Network. Yeah, me too. I tweeted out or X'd out or posted on X about it. I know that Zolan, the guy in the community, is pretty big into Laura and Mesh Network. So kind of reached out to him, but I don't really have money to tinker. So I don't like with extra stuff. Like any poor financial decisions I make are usually made in the 3D printing space. Like figuring out how I'm going to get a Trident from California to Illinois. Gotta check something. Let me look at my cellular. There. All right. Swipe down. Oh, by the way, just so you know, if you do decide to send any kind of monetary contributions through the PayPal, Venmo, or Cash App, I do tend to shout you out. So if you want to shout out on the stream, feel free to do so. Just know you get a little something for it. Unless you tell me not to and you want it to be anonymous, then I will say that an anonymous gifter. And yes, I say anonymous just because it's funny and it irritates people. That's all Flight Test and Rotary Riot YouTubers started. Yeah. Oh, it's all good, man. It's all good. It's not hard if you go for your tech license. There's a few places online that you take study tests. Yeah, I'm going to have to look into it a little bit more because there's been times where I've entertained it, but I haven't done it. And there's actually a testing center between me and where I work. There's a ham radio testing center there in this small little town that I can always one day after work stop and take the test, or leave work, go there, take the test, go back to work, kind of a thing, you know. So I thought about it. I just haven't pursued it yet because I don't know financially if that's another thing I want to spend money on right now. But I do think it would be nice to have my ham radio license with the way the world's going these days. Probably wouldn't hurt to have another way of communicating with folks if the shit hits the fan kind of a scenario. You know, it'd be nice to have some way to talk to people. You want to YouTube, but I can't force myself to wear clothes. Douglas, you really only need to wear clothing during the lower half if you're going to stand up on stream. Otherwise, you could really sit there topless and just do your thing. Yeah, I mean, the groups, the crowds, the people will come if they're like-minded. And really, like I've said before, and several of my friends in the 3D printing space that got into streaming after me, there's a couple of good channels. DeWitt 3D is a good one. He came on to a couple of our chats that we were having and kind of like watched all of us. And you know, I keep making the comment, and I always have and I always will, that I say an idiot. I say, you know, if an idiot like me or a jackass like me with a, you know, can stream, you can too. I mean, I got a webcam and a microphone, and I just started talking to friends in the 3D printing space, and it's kind of grown into many different things. But really, my focus has been on, I like to give back to people whenever I can, even if it's not people that have given to me, but I like to pay it forward, give it back, however you want to look at that. And I like 3D printing, and I'm passionate about it. And I want more people to experience it. And I know that financially it's not in everyone's budget. So if I can take free to me stuff and rebuild it with help from companies like Micro Swiss and Polymaker providing filament for them, you know, I want to rebuild those printers and give them to people. My hope is that not necessarily some of the smaller companies like KB3D or West 3D or TH3D, not those guys, because they're small mom and pop shops, they're small mom and pop companies. I don't want to see them be companies to step up and help me with things, because I want people to go to them and support them. You know, hell, I got Sliceworks, for instance. If you guys want to help Sliceworks out, link down below. Use my referral link, helps me out. Use my discount code, helps you out. But anyway, but no, if like Big Tree Tech or Big Tree Tech's a big one, because Big Tree Tech makes a lot of stuff. If I could get E3D on board for hot ends, you know what I mean? Stuff like that. If I can get some of the bigger, like actual manufacturers, big companies to even send me just, again, member of the community, David Wilson, sends me stuff, and it's, you know, it's beat up, but it's still functional. You know, we can make it work. The mini E3V or mini E3V2 board that's in this, the USB ports broke off it, but the board is still functional, and we can still make it work with Clipper. I can still make that work. So even if, Big Tree Tech had a bunch of boards that the USB ports were busted off of, send them to me. I can still make that work in some way. Get it to me. So my hope would be Micro Swiss sends me what they call their scratch and dent. Maybe it's an open package, maybe some pieces are missing, but the bulk of it's there. And in my vast collection of fasteners, I may have some missing screws that are needed. We can put it together and make it work. If it's a D-Win screen, then maybe the Digos or Digas files, etc. would work with it. Thing of mounting for the screen size would be perfect to do a print percentage monitor screen, some type of temp and fan info, etc. Yeah, that would be cool. I know. Try to pay it forward by teaching math and guitar to anyone willing to learn. Nice. Oh, Douglas, dude, don't beat yourself up, brother. Seriously. I'm sorry it took me so long to get back up to that, but don't beat yourself up, brother. Seriously. Just be you and be happy, brother. Find things in life to just be excited about, be happy about. Like, you got guitar. You know what I mean? You like math. Hell, find a way to mix those two things together, and then maybe, teach math by using guitar, or find ways to incorporate the two. It'd be an interesting thing. I don't know that it's something for me personally, but you're going to find people that are going to be interested. Human beings are a messed up bunch of fucking things, man. We really are. The things that one person finds entertaining, the next person won't. And it doesn't matter, because people like to find things that they like. And people don't know what they like until they find it. So do you, man. Just do you. And you'll find a niche somewhere. Some way, somehow. There are other people out there, oddly enough, that will be into things that you don't think they will. It will happen. It's all patterns and codes. Chords. I'm assuming you mean probably patterns and chords. Might have been a typo. It could be codes. I don't know. But let's go back to the right screen here while we wait for this to unpack. This is the part about Clipper that can be kind of time consuming, is when you're doing the install part. So bear in mind that you can start this, and on the faster boards like the Pi 4s and probably even the Pi 5. I don't know. I don't have a Pi 5. I've never tested one. But what I am excited for is Libre's Compute Module 4 Alta board that they got coming out. I'm hoping that Da at Libre will hook a guy up and send me some. I'm hoping so. I would like at least one just to have. I have some devices we can put it on and try it out. 2, 3 would be better, because I have a few devices we could put them in. I have the Manta M4P sitting over here. I could put one on. I've got the Big Tree Tech Pad 5 that we could throw one on. It'd be fun. I like Libre. Da and Libre have been really good to me back when the Pis were hard to find. I reached out to Da and said, hey, would you be interested in maybe sponsoring this or that? And next thing I know, he's sending me all kinds of stuff, and we built a hell of a great friendship over time. And he knows about some of the personal stuff that we don't talk about on stream, and he reaches out periodically. Hey, how are things going? How's the situation working out? He talks. He just reaches out, or I'll reach out to him periodically. I mean, he had a little bit of an issue in his home, and had some water damage. I check in with him and make sure he's doing all right. He's a great guy. He sponsored my trip out to Rocky Mountain. That's where I met JPP for the first time, was out in Colorado. Yeah, JPP and I hit it off pretty good there. Him and his wife Melissa, they're good people. But yeah, I mean, we ended up crashing. They got a hotel room and let me crash on their spare bed so I could make it to Murph for the weekend this last year. So the comment you were reading were referring to the Geek Bar screen. Oh, Curved screen. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, that could be interesting to try and repurpose that to have it be like even like if it was registering the temps, you know what I mean? Have this mounted up there reading the temps. That'd be kind of cool. You as in typical tinkerer. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, no, I don't know. I don't know where I was going with that, and then I got squirrel brained. So, but yeah, guys, I don't know. This thing is just hanging on this one. Oh, this is taking. Come on. This shouldn't be that big a file. Let's go. Let's go. Come on. Ugh. Hurry up and wait. How much code has it gone through, or how many different processes has it gone through so far? Installing dependencies. Look at all those dependencies it had to install, or has to install. Sheesh. STM32 flasher, so that this way you can flash the firmware. Oh, come on. Let's go. Yeah, I don't know. I'll have to see if there's some kind of weird hackery out there. But yeah, it'd be kind of cool if you could, set it to have temperatures or something. Yeah. Just hit fast forward. Yeah, I know. I feel sorry for anybody that watches this trying to figure out how to install Clipper and you guys wait on this. Should have grabbed something else. Use a Libre board. I get several of them. Actually, that fry or frit, I need to play around with that. I haven't done anything with it in a while. I don't remember even what the hell's on it. I don't even know where the hell I put it. I'm not kidding, man. My desk is a cluttered mess. Like, seriously, a cluttered mess. Oh, my batteries are dying, guys. Oh. Wait a minute. Did it jump? Did it go to something else? No. Damn it. Get it to copy from USB to the eMMC. Yeah. And I find... Oh, here it is. The only real limitation is two USB ports, But I love the fact that eMMC5, I got a 16 gig on this. That's more than enough to, run it. And all you got to do is USB flash drive with whatever OS you want to run. I like using Raspberry Pi Imager or Raspberry Pi OS, the one they got for this. And then you can use Raspberry Pi Imager, plug in another USB. The wifey's calling. Give me a second, guys. She's probably going to yell at me. Hi. Did I get an email just now? Then you need me to go back and look through that email. Well, let me look her up. Hold on. Amy. There we go. 2024 roster. Oops, I'm sharing that screen. Sorry, guys. Gotta move that one over here. Please don't email my daughter's coach. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 33. Nope, it's 31. No, it's every single girl all the way across. No, it's not. No, it's not showing me JV. It's just showing me the current girl roster. So 31. We need 31 of those plaques, and then I will get working on the design. Yeah, tomorrow. Who knows? Maybe tomorrow at my employer if I have some downtime. Low Point Washburn game. Got it. Thursday. Got it. Got it. Okay, I love you too. Okay, bye, hon. I was just about to say, Dan, screen sharing. Yes, yes, I know. Well, that's why I moved it real quick. So if you saw that email address, please don't email her. But it finally took off moving. See, as soon as I did something else, see, now it's doing stuff. Which is fine because nobody was paying attention anyway. Not to the screen anyway. I'm just background noise now. But it's moving. So we're finally getting somewhere. But yeah, so I got to get 31 of these boards. I think maybe we'll do a stream on that, and I'll use my daughter's because it's my daughter. I can dox her a little bit. She's my daughter. She may not have my last name, but she's my kid. Oh, sorry guys. It is almost 9 o'clock. Like bedtime for this guy, but I want to get this done. I'm committed. Things need to happen faster though. That's all I'm saying. Because we still have a bunch of shit to install. There we go. Creating all the proper directories. Clipper services enabled, started. Mask modem. There we go. Do you wish to add Pi to the group? Yes, I do. So click back over here, hit enter. Now it adds it, and there we go. Now we need to install Moonraker. So we hit number 2, hit enter. Do you wish to create an example Moonraker config? Yes, we'll create the example config because this shouldn't break anything. So there we go. This should go pretty quick. Should. For all I know. Could be breaking right now because I asked it to create the example config. Nope, it didn't break. Yay! Woo woo! You got 1, 2, 3, 4 packages to install. Hopefully those 4 packages don't take very long. Let's do that. There we go. Come on. I better not get hit with a copyright strike. I don't even know if that's actually a song. I could just do that out of my own brain. All right, setting up the virtual Python or Python virtual environment. Updating pip. The Python install program protocol, I believe. Ghost done. Time for the candy bucket. Yes. Hey, it's Tor. Did you hear or did you see when Killer Prince was in here earlier? He said something about going to figure out how to get me a half-built trident that he has sitting around collecting dust. So, sounds like I just have to figure out how we're going to get a half-built trident from California to Illinois. But sounds like there may be a trident coming my way. And if it's true and it does happen, probably going to wait till the camera's off and rub my wiener on it. Just throwing that out there. Might happen. Doggo, why is it every time you come in here it smells like poop? You got gas. You You got gas. You in here just tearing ass and then walking out and then tearing ass and walking out. Huh? You's a good doggo. He's a good doggo. Back what I miss. Sorry, was steam cleaning. No, it's all good, Douglas, man. Do your thing. Yeah. Oh, no. Trust me, Viking. If it was me, I would own it. I'd be like, oh, damn, what I eat. But since I didn't really eat much today, I had, oh, man. Any of you guys got a Casey's nearby you? And if you do, does your Casey's have the jalapeno popper pizza? Oh, our it was payday splurge was Casey's for dinner tonight. We ordered pizza. Wifey got me the jalapeno popper pizza. It's got like a honey, like a spicy or like a spice honey glaze, and it's got like the cream cheese and oh man. Yes. The foster cat has some gnarly poops. Yeah. Yeah, got to get that gut right, man. They get a change in their diet and their gut goes all to hell. But if you have a Casey's nearby and you like jalapeno poppers, consider trying the pizza. It's delicious. Your bacon burnt ends were very good. Chris Travis, anytime you want to come over to Illinois and visit me, or come down to Illinois and visit me and bring me some bacon burnt ends. Yeah. More than welcome to come on down and say, hey, maybe hang out on a stream. Can't give you a place to stay. My house is not like guest friendly, but can definitely come hang out in the garage here and we'll stream and I'll eat some delicious bacon burnt ends. Yeah, we could do that. Oh, why did I think this was going to go any faster? I should know better than to think. At least it's moving faster. Successfully installed streaming form data. Yeah, I did not also think about the fact that, again, stupid Dan, this is only a Raspberry Pi 3B Plus. Oh. Yeah, I've got the Reeve Point Morocco at my disposal. It may currently be sitting back there because I need to learn how to use it. Guess who's back? What are we doing? We're installing Clipper. Yay! What SD card? It should be faster than this on a 3B Plus. This is a SanDisk 32. I don't know what speed it is. I didn't look. I just grabbed it. It very well could be this slow-ass SD card. I don't know if I have any of the Class 10s. This one claims to be a Class 10. Maybe I should have used this one. Yay, Clipper! Yes, Clipper it is. We are doing Clipper install. It's just going ridiculously slow. Slow or failing. It's going slow. It's not failing. Updating pip. Python install protocol, I believe. Yes. See, it's not moving super slow. Just slower than my body wants it to. You have yet to get into Arduino and Pi. You're still learning Autodesk Suite, Onshape, and Unreal. Damn, dude. You are learning way more than me. Or is it screaming that it's not getting all the power? It shouldn't be. It is a Raspberry Pi. Very true. It could be a power issue. I don't know though. The screen is. I did the light version the second time around, so I don't have the lovely little screen up that tells me anything more than this. That's all I see at the moment. It's not saying anything about power issue. I gotta sneeze though. I think. Try to avoid sneezing. Educate and masturbate. That's about it. That's about it. Okay, JPP, you said to install. We just installed Moonraker, so Clipper is installed. Moonraker is installed. Again, you install Clipper, so you have Clipper. You install Moonraker, so you have the API, so that your web interface that you install will talk to it. In this case, we're going to install Mainsail, so we'll hit 3 and hit Enter. Do you wish to download the recommended Mainsail config? Yes, which is good because that means I don't have to install that as well. It's going to pull that while it does Mainsail. Mainsail next time. Oh, shit. Yep, Chewbacca's got gas. Really, dude? Really? Really? You are just like stanky as all hell tonight, aren't you? He just let out a... That's how I know it was him. Definitely isn't just sneaking out of me and I didn't notice it. It was him because I heard a little... And then he's back there licking. So, but he's a good boy, huh? Yes. Yes. I'm not letting you kiss me right now. I know where that tongue was just at. Yes. Fluid is the best. Oh, Viking. Okay. And then we're going to install Clipper Screen and Crow's Nest. So we'll do 7 and install Clipper Screen. So that's in there. And then we'll install Crow's Nest in case a webcam comes into play. Then it'll all, well, we'll skip Crow's Nest for right now. JPP, if you want Crow's Nest installed on it after the fact, you can do that. But I'm going to make sure Clipper Screen is installed for you so you can at least plug it in a screen if you get one down the road. I know KFC seems to give most animals the worst gas. I didn't give him KFC. So it may be the dog food because it's not the stuff he's normally used to. So press yes for default. So yes. Oh, now this is where we got to choose. Press enter for the default, which doesn't hurt to just use the default. So we'll hit enter. By default, if you do not know what you want to do, use the default. This is going to take a while. I probably should have waited to do the Clipper Screen. Not even going to say I didn't. Later, y'all. Going to go get the missus. All right, JPP, have fun, good sir. Yeah, I probably should not have installed this right now, but that's all right. No question is a stupid question. What you got? By the way, Viking brother, dude, it is like early morning for you. What are you doing up, man? Go to bed. Get some sleep. It's like, what, 1 a.m., ain't it? Almost 2? What made Clipper better than what is on the machine already? Okay, so main reason why Clipper is becoming so popular is because of a lot of the additional things Clipper can do that Marlin not necessarily can't do, but can't do as easily as you can on Clipper. Once you get past the whole fear of installing Clipper and figuring out how Clipper works, Clipper makes modifications or modifying things just that much easier. It really does. Again, as I was saying earlier before you got here, Douglas, in the previous stream when I was working on the Under 3, anytime I wanted to make a change to something in the firmware of the printer, basically, I would have to go into Marlin, make the changes, recompile the firmware, copy the firmware file to the SD card, power off the printer, put the SD card in, power on the printer, wait for the file to, transfer to the EEPROM. Then I would have to go back in and initialize the EEPROM, pull in the new changes I made, and then check and make sure it worked. And every single time I needed to make a change, I had to go in and do that. With Clipper, the nice part is all you do is set it up once, and then it's modify a file, save and restart. You're done. Clipper also takes a large portion of the workload off of the printer. What Clipper does is creates a dummy firmware that installs on the board that basically says, board, you do what I tell you to. And then the board just takes the commands from the Raspberry Pi or whatever. It just takes those commands in via USB, or in this case UART, and just basically does what it's told. So it lightens the load on the printer's main board, because it's not doing the processing power and doing the control. It's just doing the control. The processing power gets handled by a Raspberry Pi, which in this case is a 64-bit system, not a 32, so it tends to process things better. There are some setbacks. The biggest setback is the fact that you now have an extra piece of hardware that you have to rely on. So if something fails, is it part A or part B? But the give and take, I prefer Clipper now. I Clipperize as many of my machines as I can. Yeah. No need for a Pi with Clipper. No, you need something. Raspberry Pi or some kind of an SBC or a Linux laptop, like an old laptop even. Something runs Linux that you can install Clipper on. Adding features is much easier, and you can change or add a probe. Things like resonance tuning to help increase speed and quality of your prints. That's another thing that Clipper can do. Marlin can do it too, but Marlin's process isn't as automated. So yeah, thin clients, full Linux is your choice. Yeah, exactly. You get the little thin client PCs off of eBay, or somebody's got a bunch of them locally. You can pick them up for 10, 20, 30 bucks. Throw a light Linux distro on it, and then do what we're doing right now on that after your Linux distro's installed. You just basically follow the same process we're doing now, and you'll have a fully functioning little Linux box. Yep. Is Marlin what you are using now? Yeah. Marlin is the default on a large majority of the printers. A lot of the manufacturers now are designing boards similar to this. This guy right here that has this is using this is the CB1 from Big Tree Tech. So it's a CM4 or a Raspberry Pi Compute Module 4 clone, and it's all on one board. So you've got this that snaps in here. You can swap it out for something else. And then you've got your controls here, and then they talk to each other. They talk to each other that way, and it kind of helps for a smaller form factor. And there are some boards that have this part baked directly into the board, so it's just one board. You don't have this extra piece, that are Clipper compatible devices. Again, some manufacturers are starting to roll out Clipper on the machines straight from the factory because of the community and its request for more Clipper-like devices. So yeah, Clipper is definitely the way that a lot of people are starting to lean, and Clipper is starting to take a bigger chunk out of the market. Yeah. Yeah, a lot of the big box manufacturers are even offering their own Clipper variants or devices that make it easy to put Clipper on their older machines that didn't have Clipper, or to help save their customers time. Like Creality came out with their Sonic Pad. Big Tree Tech has the the Pad 7, I believe is what it is. Their Big Tree Tech Pad 7, which makes putting Clipper on other printers a bit easier. But yeah, there's a lot of ways now to more easily roll out Clipper. This is more of a kind of a hands-on install, but it's still not a true grassroots Clipper install. The Clipper install and upgrade helper has made this portion of it that much easier. Instead of me having to go and pull in all the right packages myself manually install them all, and then make sure everything is talking to each other the way it needs to, and making sure that the right user group or root users are added to the right groups. The Clipper install and upgrade helper does a lot of that for you, and then it's just a matter of select which option you want and do the install. The biggest problem with the Sonic Pad and the BTT Pad are that they use older versions of Clipper. Yes, they do, and they are locked down. Yeah. Has anyone played with Danger Clipper? Not yet, Shane. Not yet, but maybe when we do the ANET A8 Plus, we'll play with Danger Clipper. Maybe. Who knows? Right now, I just wish my sinuses would give up a little bit and let me breathe a little better. You guys still work on Clipper upgrade after you get a few little jobs done? If it gets me closer to money, I'm all about it. Yeah. I mean, my recommendation to anyone who doesn't know Clipper and wants to get into it is this. If you have an extra 3D printer laying around that maybe you don't play with all that often, let that be your test bench. Because you're going to want to learn, and you're going to break stuff, and you're going to get pissed off, and you may walk away from it for 3 or 4 weeks and then come back to it and kind of try to pick up where you left off and see where you made your mistakes and go forward. So that is my biggest recommendation to anyone is, if you don't have a printer, you only have one, don't do it on that one. If that printer is working, let it be. Search Marketplace or something for somebody getting rid of a, needs a little TLC, and get it working, and then start putting Clipper on it. Start with that. Get yourself familiar with it, because Clipper is Clipper across the board. Default Clipper is Clipper across the board. It doesn't matter what printer it's on. The only thing you need to remember is when you go from machine to machine with Clipper, I can build a basic config and then put it on every machine. The problem is making sure that motors spin the right way, making sure your rotational distance is right. There's all these things that you don't know yet. And once you learn it, you really only need one config file, and you can change it and alter it to fit whatever printer you need. And the nice part is, again, it's a matter of make the changes in the config file, save and restart, that printer works, you're done. Not compile firmware, put it in the machine, find out you messed something up, take it out of the machine, go back to the computer, compile the firmware again after you make the changes you need to make, write it back to the SD card, power off the machine, put the SD card back in, turn the machine back on, boot it up, and then find another spot where you made a mistake. Every time you make a mistake in Clipper, usually it will tell you what the problem is, and then you just got to figure out what that problem is and how to fix it. And then when you make the changes, again, save, reboot. Save, reboot, save, reboot, save, reboot. That's it. Till you get it right. Your $50 Canadian busted Ender 3 is being turned into an NG right now. Nice. Yeah, we just installed an NG on the Ender 3 that I gave to a teacher. I did leave Marlin on that because I did want to give it to him as close to stock with some, some improvements like an NG. An NG is a good upgrade. What is your favorite part about doing what you're doing? Fixing hardware or software Clipper? No Sleep Kid. Really, all of this is what I enjoy. Oddly enough, sitting here, this part irritates me. So waiting for the screens to install stuff. If I was smart, I would have waited to install Clipper Screen, because I don't need Clipper Screen right now because I don't have a screen to plug it into. But we'll get that part done. And then once we're done with that, then we'll jump into the web interface side, and I'll show you what I was talking about. Because realistically, we minimize this, we go here, I type in jpp.local and hit, oh, I guess it would help if I could learn to spell, huh? Let's see if it'll come up. I don't think it will yet, but oh, it did. Look at that. Here's like default mainsail. We click on machine, we have the mainsail.config, and we have moonraker.config, and it's currently installing the other parts. But what we want to do is come here, go to examples, and then we'll change the screen to all. And then we scroll down through here. You've got big tree tech stuff, and a lot of it. We're actually looking for the Mini E3 V2 right here. All we have to do is click on this and then copy all of this, or you can move it. I just find this part, this is just easier for me. I'll hit copy, go back here, scroll back up and go back to the config page. And I want to create a new file. And the thing to remember is printer.cfg. Printer.cfg is your main printer config file. Click in here, right click, paste. There's a basic config file with all the little bits and bobs and pieces right there. And if you don't know what this stuff is, don't be scared. Your step pin, your dir pin, your enable pin, your micro stepping. Once you figure out where to find this stuff, a lot of the default stuff like micro steps, I'll leave it at 16. If I change it to 32, then I need to double my rotational distance, because if I'm going to do 32 micro steps, my rotational distance is going to be double that. These are things you'll learn as you play around with Clipper. And it may not be exactly double. You may find that when you run it, it may be just a little less than double, maybe a little bit more than double. You'll find these things out as you play around in here. It's just getting yourself in here, looking at this, figuring out what these things are. Where it says PB0 for step for the Z stepper. If we go back to here, let's go to Big Tree Tech. Oh, we didn't want to go to Big Tree Tech. Let's go back one. Let's go to firmware. Let's go back to the Big Tree Tech, and let's go to hardware. And we want the E3V2. And if we go into hardware and we look at our pins.pdf, if you come in here and you look around, it said Z. If we go to Z, you'll see that PB0 is our step pin. It says it right here, motor, step, PB0. Now, if we go back to this and we look at Z, step pin is PB0. That's how easy it is once you know where to look and what to look for. It's fun not having a full pin list. I've had to pull pins out of Marlin. Oh yeah, when you don't have like examples like this, you have to go back to like a Marlin file and then go dig through the pins files in Marlin to figure this stuff out. But because Big Tree Tech has been pretty good about putting this stuff out there, you've got your enable pins for each stepper, because it tells you X, Y, Z, and extruder. It tells you here's your enable pin, here's your step pin, and here's your direction pin. You got your mini SD, so your mini or micro SD card. Here's the different pins for that. Nothing you're gonna have to worry about. Your motor UART. Here's your TX and RX for your motor UART. We're not gonna mess with that part. But one of the things we are gonna look at is right here. We have RX2 and TX2 right here. So as long as we know that on this TF right up here, this little TFT, as long as we know that those are what we're going to use for our UART to chat with the Pi, and we'll get to that. It's not going to be tonight, guys. I'm sorry. We're 4 hours into a 2-hour stream, so we're not going to get this tonight. We will pick up, if all goes well, tomorrow. We'll pick up tomorrow. Thursday I can't stream because Thursday's volleyball, unless I got confused and tomorrow's volleyball. But I think it's Thursday, and I think my wife is confused. Thought she said Thursday. But if it's tomorrow, it's tomorrow, and then it'll be the next day. But regardless, I'm going to stop where I'm at when I'm done tonight, and we are going to just go and do our thing. Like right now, it's at 93% done. But let's go back here. Let's go back to this. So understanding where these pins are and how to find them is really one of the scarier parts. Understanding that rotational distance, there's calculators out there to figure out your rotational distance. So rotational distance is different than it is in Marlin, where it's steps. Marlin calls it steps. Clipper calls it rotational distance. The smaller the number the more it will move. The bigger the number, the slower it will move. It's silly, I know. For most of us, we're used to bigger number, move more. Smaller number, move less. Well, in Clipper, it's backwards. But this is giving us the basic information for that. And then another key or important part is right here. This is telling the MCU, which is where the Big Tree Tech board, this is the address to the Big Tree Tech board when it's connected. We're not going to get this until we connect the two together and make them talk to each other. So when we cross that bridge, I will show you guys how to find that and how to do it. But that being said, it's in there. I'm going to close this because I'm not going to save whatever change I must have made. We're going to go ahead and hit do not save. But now we have our printer config, our mainsail config, and our Moonraker config. If you notice, Moonraker is the only one that actually goes by conf. Thor, good to see you, man. Yeah, bag of chips, it's not a problem, man. I always want to try and help. And even if it doesn't seem like I'm helping, like a lot of my friends that are in here, let's go a little bigger. A lot of my friends that are in here are all Clipper guys already. So they've gone through the headaches, the trials, the tribulations of figuring out how the hell to make this work. So for them, it's just regurgitating things they already know. But for those of you who don't know, I have no problem saying, like, this is what you need to do. This is what you need to change. This is what a working version of Clipper's interface looks like. This is on my switch wire, which is right there. I called him the Hulk because it's silver, green, and purple. Hulk wears purple shorts. He's green. And it's not silver, it's space gray from LDO, because that's the LDO switch wire that they gave away for Chinese New Year. I won it. Lucky me. Yay. But yeah, and then here's some neat things about it is, like, you got your G-code files and it stores them all nice and neat. You can come back to them. But under machine, you'll see that here's a theme folder. This is where all the files are for the theme of the web interface. Here I've got crow's nest config. I've got macros. This is another nice feature for Clipper, is the macros config. I have a config in here for start print. It tells it that when you call start print, it will basically display homing. It'll go to a G28, which means to home, and it'll home to X, or it'll home Y to 0, X to 0, and Z to 0. Then it will do a bed mesh calibrate, so it'll map the bed. I do have the purge line commented out, and then it'll do a G92E0, G90. These are all G command or G code commands or G commands that you'll learn and figure out. You bought a CR10 and was planning on putting Clipper on it? Do it. Do it. CR10. We just did a CR10. We didn't put Clipper on it, but do it. It's very similar to what we're doing here tonight, and we'll pick up on either tomorrow or whatever. I think tomorrow I don't have volleyball, so we'll stream again tomorrow, and tomorrow should go a lot faster because the hard part of waiting and waiting and waiting is already done. It'll just be a matter of build the firmware, which you do that through the Raspberry Pi. You build your dummy firmware for the board. Basically it's like I said, it creates a dumb system, like a dumb network or it's like a dumb terminal. There we go. It's like a dumb terminal if you know networking and you know the old dumb terminals that basically they just kind of display what's being given to it from another computer. That's kind of what it's doing. So, yeah. By the way, Thorpe, I hope you're doing well, good sir. But yeah, see, like you can see here, it says unable to open config, and it says Pi home printer data config printer config. It's unable to open it, it says. The reason it's saying that is because, well, there's really nothing to talk to. There's no printer there for it to communicate with, so it's freaking out. And we can go back down here now and see if that's done. Creating virtual environment, installing miscellaneous packages. So it's not done yet. Still doing stuff. See what I mean? Just, it's a slow process on this thing, and I think it, like Tor said, I think it is the I think it is the SD card because I don't think it's a class 10. Sorry. Worst case scenario, I pack it up and send it down or get it to JPP, and he just copies all the config files over, redoes Clipper, and then copies the config files back, and he's done. That's another nice thing. Once you've built the config files for the printer, back them up. If the SD card in the Pi ever fails, you reinstall Clipper and then copy your config files over. You're back up and running. So this process that's taking forever that shouldn't be, if you get a good SD card, it should run faster. And then it's just a matter of, after you got all your config files dialed in, download them into a folder, save them on your computer, and then you just reload your Clipper and then copy your config files over to this screen. You can go right in here and go to upload all your config files back in, reboot the Pi, or reboot just reboot it. And you may not even have to reboot it, but once you do that, everything's back up and functioning again. So downtime can be way more minimal than having to potentially go through Marlin again. But Marlin's nice in the sense that once you have a firmware file, you can just copy it to an SD card, swap out the board, put the new one in. But if you're running a different board for the second go around, that firmware file is not going to work. You have to create a new firmware file for that one. So there are trade-offs. Restart firmware. Can't restart firmware. You know why? Because it's not talking to it. Options, serial, and function MCU is not specified. See, we got to give it a what to talk to. But yeah. So that's going to be the plan going forward. But we're at 4 hours and 8 minutes. This thing is still doing its thing. I can tell you right now, I'm going to let this just keep running. I will double check for sure. And again, if you've been enjoying yourself and you haven't subbed yet, please sub to the channel. Ring the bell so you know next time I go live. There's a good chance that if I go live, it'll be probably 5 or 6 p.m. Central Standard Time. And it may be tomorrow. If you're on X, Twitter, formerly known as, if you're on there, you can find me on there at MakerMind Nexus, and I'll try to remember to tweet it out. If I know for sure that I'm going to be streaming, I may even go in and post date the stream, so it'll be showing up in your upcoming. And we'll try to remember. I'm going to reach out to Polymaker and see if they will okay a couple of rolls of filament, since I haven't given away a few in several streams. I'll see if they'll okay that, because they usually say 1 roll of filament per week. So the last time I missed a few weeks, they let me give away a few rolls to compensate. So maybe we'll get lucky and they'll let me do that again. So yeah. Let's see. Your TiVo Tarantula has G28 Z leveling failure with BL Touch. Thanks, Grandpa, who overly mods printers. You want filament? Me. Well, no sleep, kid. Just hang in there, man. Follow the channel. The filament you see back there is not the filament I'm giving away. It's going to be like most of the, it's going to be like pretty much every streamer does, where I'll have a form you'll fill out, and then I'll grab everybody's names, put it in the old Wheel of Fish. If you know about the Wheel of Fish, you're old like me and you liked weird movies. And if not, it's called the Wheel of Names. It's a website. We put it in there. We spin the wheel. Whoever wins. Basically, I take your info. I fill out a form with Polymaker. They send me codes. I send you the code. You take that code. Go to the website, put in the code, verify that it was on my stream and that time. And they'll verify that. And then they'll send you a discount coupon for, I believe it's $30 or $35, something like that. It's for a roll of filament. Basically, a basic roll of filament, or whatever you can get to up to that dollar amount. And they send you a code for the free shipping. So you pay nothing for the filament, not even shipping. And then you pick your roll of filament, put in the codes when you go to checkout, and it's $0.00. Thank you for being a subscriber to my channel. Thank you for following along, and Polymaker gives that back to you. I get nothing monetarily. I am not an affiliate of Polymakers, but I do get the joys of having filament to give to people when we finish printers and give them away. So again, when I finish this printer, it's going back down to JPP along with a couple rolls of filament. He'll finish the modifications he wants to make. This printer, that filament that we send down, will go to the person down there. So here we go. Do we want to install the network? Yes, we do. I'm going to do this while I'm sitting here. Yes, enter. We want to install the network manager for ClipperScreen because that's the part that allows you to make changes to your network and connect to networks and things like that from within ClipperScreen. So always a good thing to install. And now that we did that, there you go. It's still saying da-da-da, but it won't let me do anything because it's not past this part yet. You will need to reconnect to the network using ClipperScreen or NMTUI or MNCLI. Okay. Uh-oh. Let's see. Okay. On that screen up there, I can see that it's rebooting now. It's funny that it tells me I had to verify to reboot, but it's doing it. Once it comes back up, we'll get there. What can I do to get a printer? No sleep, kid. Right now, it's not one of those things where the printers that I'm working on are old printers. Not sure it's something you're really going to want. The general purpose or the real purpose for this is, again, to give 3D printers to those who cannot afford it and do not have a printer but want to get into the hobby. I'm not trying to deter you, but right now that's the primary thing, is to get people who don't have the means to get into the hobby. So, I mean, I know you have a printer and it's giving you problems. Thanks, Grandpa. And maybe through watching what I'm doing, it can help you diagnose issues and fix problems. You know, you like Ender 3s? Well, that Ender 3 is not mine. That Ender 3, again, is JPP's. JPP already has someone for that one. So I'm sorry. And I don't have any more Ender 3s. I just gave my Ender 3 to another teacher at the school who has a teacher's salary, gets a teacher's budget, and is trying to get more young people interested in 3D printing and using it as an incentive. So I find value in that. Being as I work in education, I find value in that. I'm not trying to give every teacher in that school a printer. I'm really not. And he is the last teacher I'm giving a printer to. The ANET A8 Plus that is back there, that one's going to get all kinds of craziness done to it, and then we're going to give it away. So that'll be a little bit different. But while we're here, let's go back in to restart session. Pi, Raspberry. Okay, now we hit the up because it's Linux. That's the wonderful part. Let's go back here to the right screen. We just logged in and I hit the up key. Goes to the last thing I did, which was the install and upgrade helper. Click that. Comes back up. Now, if you notice, it tells me what's installed, whereas before, none of that stuff there had anything there. Now, if we go into, for instance, 4, which is the advanced menu, I know I said I'm going to bed, but we're here. So let's do something. We're going to go into 2 things, actually. First, we're going to move this out of the way so I can see here. We're going to reload JPP. If we go into machine and we go into printer config, it's now barren. What the heck? Let's paste it back in, save and restart. There we go. That's our problem. Stupid me forgot to save and restart the last time I was in there. So that's what I changed, that I didn't save it. Now we saved and restarted. Now if we go into the printer config, up here at the top of the printer config, it tells me some of the things we need to know. Like, for instance, it tells me to use this config, the firmware should be compiled for the STM32F103 with a 28 kilobit bootloader and USB communication. Well, in this case, we know we're not using USB because the USB port is missing. So we're going to be using UART, and I can show you what we need to do there. So let's bring it over. Well, let's just build the firmware, and then I'm going to bed because I'm not going to flash the board tonight. So you have an ANET A8 Plus just sitting in a box. Ooh, Roger. Well, when we go to the build process or rebuild process of mine, you may want to consider cracking yours out of the box, because we're going to do something my buddy Aaron here that was here in chat a little while ago that Aaron designed. It's called the Ultra Magnus mod. He designed a bunch of different modifications for the ANET A8 Plus to make it basically like a large Prusa bear, for lack of a better word. It's like a large Prusa bear. It's pretty badass. So anyway, sorry, let me get in here. We want to build the firmware, so we're going to go into 4, then we're going to go into 1 for, oh, let me get on the right screen. There we go. 1, hit enter. And then we got all that stuff is already there, so press enter to continue. Now it's going to come up. There we go. Now, it doesn't say anything in here about enabling ultra low level, so we don't have to mess with that. But it says microcontroller architecture. We needed to make sure it was the STM, so we come down here, hit enter. We want STM32. And then we got to select our processor, which conveniently is the STM32F103. So that's right. We don't have to mess with that. But if you want to know what it looks like in there, see, there's a bunch of them. So we're going to go ahead and hit escape to leave menu. And then we're going to come down to bootloader offset. We need to make our bootloader offset 28 kilobits. Come down, hit space. Now it says 28. And then communication interface, we need to change that, because we're actually going to use serial UART, which is PA10 and PA9. And if you want to know where to find what those two are, that's again back here. And oddly enough, it doesn't actually tell you. It says RX2 and TX2. So you don't really know that. You don't know that here. And I do not recall how to find them, but just know that that's the two communication pins you're using here. That's how it knows it. So we'll go back here, click here, but we're going to be using serial UART1. So you come down there, hit that, and this is what we know, so this is why we're doing it. If you don't know, and you're going to be using USB, then just leave it on USB. But we know we're using these two, so we're selecting that. Now what we need to do is go ahead and press escape. And then we want to hit yes. And now it's actually going to build the firmware that we need to flash on that board. And because I don't know where my jumper cables are, I need to find jumpers, and then I need to remember which pins on the 40 pin breakout on this guy. And that stuff we'll do tomorrow, because that's way too much that I don't want to do. But there's 2 pins on here that are your TX and RX. And if you don't know this, I'll tell you. Remember, your TX on one board goes to the RX on the other, and the RX on one board, or the TX on the other board, then goes to the RX on the first board. Because it's basically talk and receive, and talk and receive. And you can't have talk going to talk and receive going to receive. You need talk to receive, talk to receive. So you need to crisscross those two. So you have 5 other printers. If you were close, I would give it to you. Roger, I'm in Illinois. I don't know where you're at. But Roger, if you're close to No Sleep Kid, he needs another printer that he can start with. Maybe you can talk to him and work something out. Maybe No Sleep Kid can figure it out and visit you, or you can visit him. I don't know how old No Sleep Kid is, so I don't want to go down that rabbit hole. But he is No Sleep Kid, not No Sleep Young Man, No Sleep Adult Male, No Sleep Adult Female. You know, I don't want to assume genders. But trust me, if I could take it off your hands, I would, because I would love to build another one and then give it away. That's how I am, man. Like, when it comes to stuff like that, I would love to just build them and give them away. I mean, if somebody wanted to sponsor the shipping to get it to me, they could send you money. You could put a sticker on it and send it to me. You said it's new in box. They could just slap a sticker on the box, or you could slap a sticker on the box and send it right to me. But I don't have the money to cover shipping. I'm sorry. And again, I'm in Illinois. I don't know where you're at. But yeah. We're going to leave it right here, guys. We already built it. The thing next is to flash it. There are a few different ways to do that. We can try using the flash there, but because the USB is broken, then we're going to be connected through serial. I don't know how well that's going to work. So we're going to do it the other way, which is going to be, I'll show you on the next stream how to use some Linux trickery to move that file to a place where we can easily download it from the web interface and then copy it to an SD card and then put it in the printer, reboot it, and then it'll come up. And then the printer will just sit there freaking out because we don't have the Pi connected, but hopefully we'll have the Pi connected to it as well. So that when we do that, everything will just come up like magic. And then we can go through the process of making sure that rotational distances are right for X, Y, Z, and extruder. The extruder is going to change anyway because we're going to put a different extruder on it, but I want to get the basic clipper up and running on it. Then we'll change out the extruder and we'll go through the process of how to fix the stuff, because I'm pretty sure the motor's going to be spinning the wrong way. Never fails when you change out your extruder. Even though it's the same motor, it changes something, and then it in is out is in, you know. But guys, 4.5 hours of stream tonight. Thank you very much for that. Thanks for keeping me motivated, keeping it going. We got this far. We will continue on. But for right now, I'm going to wrap this up. You are in Arkansas. It's not new. I did some upgrades to it. Already has a direct drive with an E3 or with a V6 Honda. Nice. Well, Roger, you're in Arkansas, and I may be, once I'm done with this, I may be road tripping to MISSISSIPPI area, which ain't that far from the Arkansas area. So depending on where you're at in Arkansas, maybe we can meet up. So, I mean, it's a thought. If you don't do something else with it before then, and I'm heading that way, and I say road tripping down to drop this off, then maybe, just maybe, we can make it a plan to meet, and I can take that off your hands, sir. But that being said, guys, we are officially at 4 hours and 24 minutes of stream, pretty much 4.5 hours. So I am beat. I'm not going to mess with this screen. The way it sits right now is the way it will be when we come back. Next stream, we'll carry on with taking it from that to an SD, flashing it on there, connecting the wires for UART to make it talk from this to that, and hope that when we flash the firmware, reboot the Pi, everything comes up and talks. And if it does, we'll get on to the tweaking and tuning of it as it sits basic. There is going to be some stuff I need to do. I need to make sure that jumpers are properly placed on that board for sensorless homing. And then we'll have to go through the process of setting up sensorless homing. That'll be fun too. That means no switches. It just hits the stop, gets a feel, it senses the current draw on the motor, and says it's homed. So we'll go through how to adjust that. But thank you again, guys. I hope everybody has a wonderful evening. My usual routine, stay out of trouble, stay out of jail, happy 3D printing and all the things, and see you guys in the next one. This old man is going to bed. You guys have a great rest of your evening. And Roger, have fun at work.